Good morning, everyone. I want to be the first one to welcome all of you guys to our Security Matters conference today. Thank you guys so much for coming out. My name's Taylor Hicks. I'm the Information Security Officer at CFSB. We've had the pleasure for many years now to partner with Murray State to put on this conference every year, and it is always a pleasure. We always have great speakers, and this year is no exception. I'm really excited about the list and everything that you're going to be hearing about today. So again, I just wanted to be the first to welcome everybody. We are so glad that you're here and spending the day with us. We're excited about the day. And I'll turn it over to Michael. He's got a little more to say, a little housekeeping, and then we'll get started. Thank you, guys.
Good morning. Good morning. There we go. So welcome, as Taylor shared, to Security Matters 2024. This is the largest registration we've had in the history of Security Matters. I know there's several that are going to be coming in as we get going today, but just let me say thank you all for being here. If you didn't come last year, then it may be a little bit of a shock that we're in this room and not in the theater. This room, the lighting's better, the seats are better, there's a table in front of you. We made this change last year, and it seemed to go over well last year. I will say that we're hoping and praying that our projector makes it through the day. It has had a 20-year life, and it's got 2 weeks left of its life. They are redoing all of our AV as soon as graduation's over in a couple weeks. So here's hoping that it makes it through the day. Just housekeeping pieces. There's restrooms outside. If you walk out the doors down to the right, there are restrooms, and actually they have been remodeled along with most of our Curry Center over the last 2 years. But we will be in here most of the day. We'll have a break, an opportunity to go out and visit with the vendors that are out there, and let me point them out before we get started. First of all, we had a couple of corporate luncheon sponsors, silver sponsors is what we called them. System Solutions in Paducah and DevSource here in Murray are sponsors, as well as the West Kentucky Gear Up program. West Kentucky Gear Up's for high school students. And that's, as I mentioned, some folks will be coming in. We get started too early for high schoolers. Their day doesn't start early enough that they can get on the bus and get here time we get started. So there'll be others that come in as we get going. And then also Kaseya. Last year, Jason Menard with Kaseya shared at Security Matters, and he asked the question, how many in the room were Kaseya customers? How many used a piece of software with Kaseya? And he was shocked, and their marketing team, frankly, was shocked at the number of people that raised their hand. And so they came on as a platinum sponsor this year and really helping with the cost of Security Matters. One of the things that we have been proud of I'm just going to tell you the truth because Mo Boss is in the room, so y'all can't embarrass me today. Dr. Gann, it's great to have you back. Taylor said for many years or several years, I forget how he said it, of Security Matters, it's because we always have this argument every year about how many years have we been doing Security Matters. We've been doing it for a long time. For the amount of years that we've been doing Security Matters, it's always been free to attend. And we always want it to be free to attend. And we always want it to grow. But as it grows, so do the expenses, and so does lunch. So if not for these sponsors to help us defray the cost of Security Matters, it would not be free, and it would not accomplish the goals that we have. So I really want to say thanks to Kaseya, to DevSource, to System Solutions, to West Kentucky Gear Up for helping us to defray that. And of course, CFSB, every year that we have done Security Matters, they have been our co-host and helped with the organization and the planning of it. So thanks to them as well. And I'll thank some others as we go through. But let me get into our speakers because I don't want, if we can be a minute or two ahead of time, that's even better. than be a little bit late. Actually, before I introduce Joe, let me share our speakers this year. We have talked a lot about what type of speakers do we want, what topics do we want to hit on, and what ultimately we decided this year is that there are so many different areas of cybersecurity that are hot right now that we need to talk about. Some exciting, some not so much, but they're all important. That we wanted to try to take a survey of the different areas. And so what you'll notice is not the life cycle of cybersecurity by any stretch, but we're really focusing on very different areas of cybersecurity throughout the day. And I hope that in each talk, you make a point of finding one thing to take back to your organization. If you're a student, one thing that you can learn more about to make you more competitive when you go out into the workplace. If you're with an organization right now, what is that one thing that you can do to help make your organization a little bit safer? That's what I want you to take away from each of the talks. The other thing that I'm really excited about today is I believe half of our speakers are Murray State grads. Actually, it might be more than half. Yeah, absolutely. And three of our speakers, two of the three speakers before break and then one after the break are actually graduates of our program. Now, it might have been a few years, but they're still graduates of our program. And our first speaker is Joe Robertson, and Joe was a graduate of our program in 2002. He is currently Senior IT Director with ESCO Technologies in St. Louis, but a graduate of our program. I knew him when I was a student and also when I became a staff member. Joe is a great guy and has been in infrastructure and cybersecurity for his entire career, since he started out in IT 20 some odd years ago. But one of the areas that he's focused on is on governance and on frameworks. And cybersecurity frameworks, we don't like it, we don't necessarily want to do it, but as his title said, resistance is futile. We have to do it. And he's going to share a little bit about why that's important and how to go about that. So Joe, if you'll come up, thank you very much for being here and look forward to hearing you.
This is my clicker. Yep. And yes, thank you, Dr. Ramage. We did share time as students together, and I got to admit, I think that was my freshman year and it was your senior year. And I remember coming in August into class and seeing you walk into cybersecurity as my professor. I'm like, well, it's going to take me at least a semester to take this guy seriously. So, however we talked cybersecurity back then, it was a good time. But title of my presentation is Cybersecurity Frameworks, Resistance is Futile. We'll just go ahead and jump right in. All right, first off, a little bit about me. I am a Southern Illinois native. I grew up about an hour north of here in Herrin, Illinois. I am also a St. Louis resident. That is where I work. That is where me and my kids live. I am a Murray State 2002 graduate. I believe I was one of the first ones that come out of the TSM program. That program has evolved to a different name today. If I remember correctly, we probably stretched the course catalog a little bit to make that a major back in the day. But hats off to Murray State for recognizing that the computer science program really focused on telling computers what to do, where TSM, as we called it at the time, focused on connecting computers together. And that was an emerging field at the time. My other claims to fame is I am the former MSU Business Lab supervisor, where I watched countless term papers fall victim to bad floppy disk. And I am the OG webmaster of the Sigma Chi fraternity, where one of my first actions of business as webmaster was to create an email distribution group to link all the brothers' emails together. Now, back in the day, our Murray State EDU email addresses had about 1.5 megs of storage, and that filled up pretty quick. So once the brothers figured out that they could email all of our funny pictures and attachments, because that's how we shared our memes back then, that was the very first time I caused my first email outage, of many email outages I called, because I filled our mailboxes up right quick. Outside of that, if you can't tell, I'm a huge nerd. I've been in cybersecurity and IT my entire life. I currently am Senior IT Director for Escale Technologies. Escale Technologies produces highly engineered products and solutions. So what does that mean? We manufacture items that need to operate down at the bottom of the ocean. We manufacture items that need to operate in space. We help cell phone companies test cell reception in extreme areas. We're trying to get the most out of our energy grid today, and we're tackling the green energy problems of the future. So we're doing some really cool stuff. We're a really advanced organization, make some things that no one else can make. I am also at ESCO, I am responsible for implementing the CMMC and NIST compliance programs and making sure that we adhere to compliance, amongst a few other things, but that's my primary responsibility. I love the lake, Lake of the Ozarks, Kentucky Lake, Lake of Egypt, whatever. Just put me on a lake during the summer, I'm happy. And of course, I am a proud father of 3. Bradley, Colby, Libby, I'm up here for you. I love you. You noobs better be good for me when I get back from a 4-hour drive. Noobs is both a general insult and term of endearment in our household. So what's going on in cybersecurity today? Well, first off, we have a 4 million person shortage, according to CSO Online. That was 3.5 earlier in the fall. It's now grown to 4. If you want to believe those numbers, you can, you can't, but there is clearly a worker shortage. We have significant breaches occurring seemingly daily, and large companies with huge budgets in cybersecurity are not immune. I mean, look at some of the names that have popped up in breaches recently. I'm not going to mention those names because, you know, when my time comes, I don't want the company to mention me. But, large organizations are going down. And a big part of that is because they are being attacked by state-sponsored threat actors. Russia, China, Nigeria is still very much, the prince still lives. He's out there doing attacks. And if you expect me to defend my network against the federal government, I don't know how I can help, but I don't know if I can be completely successful. On top of that, we now have the SEC demanding cybersecurity accountability. They just released a new rule, no more fudging the language or omitting important facts. You now got to be transparent with your investors on what is the state of your cybersecurity program and how you responded to a breach. Can't see what's going on there. The board of directors for these publicly traded companies are sending a clear message down to the C-level employees, you guys get secure or else. And they didn't have to tell me that. When I came in the door, took this job, I knew that, I had to get this network secure, and I have a finite amount of mess ups I'm going to get before my job's going to be gone. That's just the state of the industry. And seemingly, no one has any solutions to these problems unless you work in cybersecurity sales. They have a lot of solutions to these problems. But I think what I see out there is that we're not looking for some of these advanced solutions that's being sold like Zero Trust. We're looking too far ahead and not covering the basics. And the framework, as we're going to talk about, is your basics. All right, now we're going to talk about the evolution of the corporate IT department. We're going to spend some time on this slide. It has not been pretty, folks. It has not been pretty. So if you want to think back to 1995, when I was in high school, I was going around the companies. Most companies had a computer, but that computer sat by itself. Maybe you used it to print documents. Maybe you used it to input accounting information. But it generally wasn't expected to talk to other computers around it, or certainly not on the internet. Fast forward to the year 2000, and everyone's connected to the internet. All the computers here on campus, I was here at Murray at the time, they were connected to the internet. It was a brand new world, and this started what I call the rack and stack era from about the year 2000 to 2010, where companies made huge investments onto their on-premise technology. We built out big server rooms, rack and stacks, racks full of servers, full of network equipment. And this is really a fun time to work. Us IT people, we can be kind of nerdy. We're not always people. But we can get in a server room with no noise except for the humming of the servers, and we're fine. So we built a lot of cool stuff back then, and that laid the foundation to what I call the golden era of 2010 to 2015. VMware came onto the scene and really screwed everything up. It's not their fault. They made a great product. I just didn't know how to use it responsibly. Because what was a 3 to 4 month process to get a new server into your rack. You had to, budget for it. You had to get accounting to approve it. You had to order it. It had to be shipped. You had to unbox it. You had to rack it. You had to get it up in the, you had to install your operating system. Then you have to hand it off to your application team. They got to do their thing. So this is about a 3 to 4 month process. Well, when virtualization came out, this went down to about 20 minutes. So suddenly, I can deploy a whole new server for somebody before I go out to lunch. And the next thing we knew, we had what was called VM sprawl in the industry, where I had maybe 30 to 40 physical servers I was once looking after. Now I have 400 to 500 virtual machines that developed in, a couple of year period. And this greatly increased the landscape that we needed to monitor security on. And as we found out, we didn't really follow a whole lot of rule books when we were deploying these VMs because it was very easy to do so without anyone noticing, frankly. So that went on for about 5 years. We had a great time, really learned the most technical work in my career during that time period. But then about 2015, we encountered what I call the reckoning. That is when I started getting shoulder tapped by my legal team and saying, hey, there are all these client security provisions in our contract. Can we agree to them? And usually my answer was, well, we could if we make a lot of changes and spend a lot of money. And of course, no one wants to see IT hold up the signing of a contract. They're like, okay, good enough for me. And we signed the contract, and now we're committed to all these security provisions. Well, these security provisions of these contracts keep on getting worse and worse and more intense. And what I found myself doing was going into my IT operations manual and saying, do we even say we do this stuff? And what I saw kind of alarmed me because it seemed that we were saying we were doing these things, but we weren't really doing a good job of implementing them. And, I ran a pretty tight IT shop, and I start thinking, I know a lot of other IT departments out there that aren't doing as good a job as I am, and I'm having issues, so what's everyone else doing? And I started seeing a big problem form to where we are today. About the year 2020, we started encountering a heavy uptick in breaches. Some people blame the pandemic. I think it would have happened regardless. But now we have breaches occurring daily. This is unsustainable. Companies are going down, losing hundreds of millions of dollars. We got to get ourselves out of this mess. All right, so I warmed you up. What is a cybersecurity framework? I just asked ChatGPT. I'm going to move over here. I'd like to read it up there, but I'm not going to read that definition because I can't really see it. But help manage and I have my words highlighted. But notice what you don't see up there is answer to all your problems. I don't have a problem with this definition. The cybersecurity framework, basically what it's saying, it's a foundation for you to build upon. It can help you, it can help you manage, but it's not going to be the answer to all your problems. So for the crowd out there that says cybersecurity frameworks don't really make you secure, I hear you, but it's a heck of a good starting point. All right, so the title of my presentation is, resistance is futile. Why is there resistance in the first place? Well, I get resistance from two different sides of the organization. I get resistance on the business side. These are your C-level CEOs, CFOs, your HR people, those type of people. Businesses are naturally adverse to change. They don't like to see change. And cybersecurity changes actually decrease productivity. If I'm going to install MFA on a person's account where they now have to MFA to log in, I just made their job harder. I just took time away from the company that they could be making revenue. They don't like that. This is also very expensive to implement typically. There used to be the old saying, fast, cheap, and done right, you get to pick two. In cybersecurity, there's no cheap. It's fast, secure, and done right. And that's just the way it is. And the other problem I run into with the business is you normally have a pile of IT projects you want to get to in a year. Let's say you have one project where you are you're going to upgrade your financial database, and at the end of that upgrade, you take your accounting reporting cycle from 1 week down to 1 day. There's a lot of value in the business for that. Or you could implement MFA and cause everyone a trouble logging in. So you can see how the business naturally goes to the less secure option, but it adds you more productivity, but they keep putting these cybersecurity framework issues off over and over again. Sadly, I don't just see resistance on the business side, I also see it on the IT side. For one, they start, the biggest, most valid complaint I get When I come in the room, I say, we're doing some cybersecurity framework. Everyone's eyes roll back into their head. We don't have time for this. You know, we already had a full-time job, and you're walking in here with a list of 110 things I need to implement on my network. Where am I going to find time for this? That is a completely valid argument. We're going to talk about where you find time a little bit later in the presentation, but that's a big issue. They're also echoing what their management just said, that they don't really want to do it either. So they're speaking on behalf of their management and saying, hey, they're not going to accept me to do this. Well, that's my job to talk to the management and take care of that. This is also highly complex. Let's just say you have to raise your encryption to get compliant on your frameworks. If you're going to decrypt and re-encrypt something, you know, you have to decrypt first before you can re-encrypt at a higher security. And anytime you start decrypting and re-encrypting, a certain percentage of those are going to fail. That device is going to go bad. You're going to have to deal with that, and you don't want to have to do that if you don't have to. And the other part, and this is probably the biggest one, it's really personal to these guys. You know, these IT employees are often long tenured, 10 to 20 years, and they've been hired, they've gotten raises, they've gotten promotions based on the work they've been doing up until today. And here I walk in the door and I tell them, you've been doing your job wrong the last 20 years, you gotta do it this way. They take it personally, and I don't blame them. I did too. I was on the other side of the table and had someone telling me I need to lock down my network. I'm like, I run a good network, you know, but the times have changed, and nothing will get you there quicker than a breach. All right, so why is resistance futile? Why can you do nothing about it even if you want to? Well, the SEC is now, as was said, SEC is now regulating cybersecurity out there. I have to file a 10K every quarter or every year where I explain the nature of my cybersecurity program to the SEC. And if you're going to say to the SEC you do something, you better darn well do it. And we are saying to the SEC, we are aligning to CMMC and NIST in my organization. Also, ESG initiatives. I'm not going to go into everything that's in the ESG, environmental, social, and governments. This is a program for the investor community to hold itself accountable so that risk like cybersecurity are taken into account for the investors, and everyone in the corporate world, not everyone, but many companies in the corporate world are joining the ESG program. There's also the strength in numbers factors. So let's say that I am NIST framework certified, I pass my audit, I get breached anyways. Well, I look at all my peers out there in the industry, and they're all aligned to NIST or CMMC or ISO or whatever. And if I get breached and all my peers are doing the same, that provides me some level of protection, my legal team some level of protection, say we did what we could. There was nothing that could have been done, and it provides us some level of protection. On the flip side of that, if you get breached and you do not have a framework, I can guarantee your board of directors is going to have you get on the framework. So it's just a matter of time. There are also the contractual obligations that I brought up earlier. Your clients are putting it into the contract. You better be able to agree to it because I tell you what's going to happen is with all these persistent supply chain attacks we get, sooner or later, some companies are going to be like, no, you align to a framework or you don't get our business. Well, you better be prepared for that day. And if you aren't prepared, you may lose the account. And if you are prepared, then you may get another account. So this is a lot of value to the business to go ahead and get this out of the way. Okay, so now I've talked about kind of myself, the industry, what it's at, how we kind of got here, why resistance is futile. Now I want to talk through some real world examples, engineering mistakes that I have made throughout my career, and how if we would have followed the framework control, we might have had a different outcome. And as I go through this, you're going to see some ISO controls, some NIST controls in green, and some ISO controls in blue. I have the numbers up there, the control, and the top level of it. That's not important. What's important is that these controls are in there and the spirit that's behind them. So let's go ahead and jump in. All right, I call this scenario a quick weekend fix. A network engineer is diagnosing a VoIP call flow issue between offices. Leadership has demanded to be fixed before the weekend. The network engineer knows that one sure fix is to disable the firewall. So that's what he does, so he can get on with his weekend. And he'll just revisit it Monday. He forgets he did this 2 years later, you know, a threat actor walks right into the environment and ransomwares it. What's the cause of this? Well, the firewall is left open. Yeah, certainly you have framework controls that say that you should secure your firewall and it should not be open. So that is certainly one cause and one control that you could have done to not open the firewall. The network engineer did not follow change management. This is a little bit better of an explanation. So what that network engineer should have done is file a ticket to say he's taking down the firewall to fix this issue and that he intends to fix it on Monday. That ticket, that change, would have went to his peer to review it to make sure his code was right. Then it would have went to his manager to approve it, and then he would have put it in place. Now, we still made an insecure configuration to fix this issue, but we now have a ticket. So when Monday comes around, you have that ticket open, the chances of you forgetting it are much less. So, having change management in place is hugely important in frameworks, and here we forgot to do it. The other one, the entire IT department has not been properly changed on change management. This is on me. If I have a network engineer that thinks it's okay to disable the firewall on the fly, that's a problem with me as a manager. And there are framework controls that help me understand what everyone should be doing and make sure I'm holding the organization accountable. So I didn't do a very good job training my staff, myself in many cases, on following the rules. Next scenario. Back to a network engineer again. A network engineer needs to test connectivity from the server network. The network engineer goes to the server engineer to request a test server. The server engineer complies by spinning up a simple Windows 11 virtual machine and puts it into the production network. The virtual machine is used for testing once. 2 years later, that machine is compromised because it didn't have any security tools. There is a test server in every single virtual network out there, I can guarantee you that. And what's the cause of that test server going out? Well, one, proper asset management is not in place. The framework controls say that you should be managing your assets and you should have an inventory. You should have that asset in your inventory, and then when you go and you look at your patch cadence, you should say, hey, I should have this inventory, this asset in my inventory. It should also be patched. Why don't I have this asset in my inventory? And getting it in there then allows you to get the security tools on there. Formal build process was not formalized. You should have a process to bring a server online that is a very strict checkpoint. In those checkpoints, we'll be installing security tools. Because the network engineer and the server engineer brokered an agreement, and this is how things got done back in the day. Because the server engineer knows he may need the network engineer's help one day to take down the firewall so his website starts working. So we barter like that. But there's a formal build process to follow, and had you went through your change management and followed the build process, all the security tools would have been there. Last one for this one. No separation between test and dev. Calling a server a test server does not make it a test server. What we have done here is we have made a production server to test in the production environment. There's a big difference. If you're going to have a server in your production environment, it needs to have the same tools and scrutiny as every other important server. I don't care if this machine blows up and goes away. That's why they're calling it test, because they don't really care about it. But I care about it because it's sitting out there. It's forgotten about. It doesn't have any security tools. One user gets hacked through VPN, and the next thing you know, they find that server through a vulnerability scan. They set up shop there, and now they have an attack vector to go ransomware your network. So the framework controls state that you should separate your dev and test environments. There is a reason to have lower security tools out there, but that goes in a different type of environment that can have those lower security standards. The Office drive. This is a very common mistake I see out there commonly, so I put this up there. A company has an Office drive which contains many common files, such as company letterheads and PowerPoint templates. Everyone's supposed to have access to this drive. Client data is to be stored in a secure folder where you have to request access from IT to get a person added to that folder. Well, someone notices that the Office drive, a regular employee knows that the Office drive, you don't need to ask IT for permission to give people access there. So a folder called Client Work pops up one day. Well, you have a disgruntled employee that left the company because they had access to that client drive. They downloaded all the data. The Office drive is out there in just about every company, and I've seen many times that the Office staff start migrating client work there because it's easier to get people access. So, what's the cause here? Least privilege access was not in place. There's a framework control that says employees should only have access to what they need to. And so on the very surface, this is what went wrong here. We did not have least privilege access in place because people had access to clients that they weren't supposed to have access to. Employees did not follow proper policy. Yes, in your acceptable use policy, it should state that your client data goes in the client folder. So you had employees that violate policy. Framework covers that. I'll talk a little bit more about policy on the next slide too. And here's another one. IT did not know how to detect anomalies in your environment. There's some of the framework controls that help you establish what is normal in your environment. So how do we determine that this particular control is not normal, and how could your IT staff have done a better job of picking it up? Well, I go to the new hire process. As you're hiring new employees, you should be seeing, hey, give them access to this client folder. Well, that stopped, and the office stopped asking for specific permissions. So the people who are initiating your new hires should recognize that, hey, why aren't they asking for client folders? A brief investigation is going to reveal what that problem was, and you can get that rectified before it actually became an issue. All right, last one, we're going to have some fun with this one. The client deadline. A staff member's laptop has crashed and is now out of service. The staff member has a huge client deadline approaching and needs to get the laptop replaced immediately. He calls your offshore and outsourced help desk and gets a ticket in. The laptop is going to be ordered and won't arrive for 3 days. The employee needs to get the deadline done, so he resorts to using his personal machine. That personal machine crashed. What's the cause? Again, we have a policy violation by the staff member. They should not have done that. But we're going to come back to that because I'm not going to be too hard on this employee. The IT department does not have a process in place to prevent personal machine usage. Absolutely. You can restrict the devices that you can get email from. You can restrict the devices that can connect to your VPN. You should account for the fact that someone may try to work on their personal machine and prevent that from happening. But there's one more I want to get to. Why did it take your help desk 3 days to replace that laptop? 3 damn days. 3 damn days is the exact same amount of time it took Kid Rock to find sunshine when him and Sheryl Crow broke up. It's too long. So, and what did Kid Rock do over those 3 days? He got some whiskey, some narcotics, some outsourced labor to deal with his loneliness. Overall, he just made some bad decisions. Just like our user who is extremely stressed out, because what we don't know about that user is he has a performance review with his manager next week. And as long as he hits his performance review, he's going to get a $20,000 bonus. He's already got plans for this $20,000 bonus. So you better be right, he's going to use his personal machine to hit that deadline. And when I have a help desk manager that says, well, he violated policy, why are you coming down hard on me? It took 3 days to order the laptop. Well, learn how to manage inventory, help desk person, because I tell you what, when you're in IT, you become very close with your HR department. You guys work on some weird situations together. And the HR people that I've worked with, I am friends, dear friends with to this day. I can guarantee you 100% of them are going to rally around this employee and get their back for getting this work done, and you're going to look really stupid as a help desk manager if you can't replace a laptop in 3 days. So, but what? There's not a framework control that says have a good help desk, but there kind of is, because remember, we outsource this help desk, and there are framework controls that say you need to monitor your vendors to make sure you're doing their job. And I can guarantee you there's not a 3-day SLA behind a laptop replacement. So someone dropped the ball somewhere, and you need to get your vendors in line. Because what I want is I want my users to pick up that phone and call the help desk and know they're going to talk to someone that's going to fix their problem. Because when they have a security incident, they better pick up that phone and call the help desk immediately. And if they don't have confidence in their help desk, they're not going to do it. So if you don't have a good help desk, you don't have good security, period. I don't care what you say. So, all right, jokes aside, this next slide, before I go on there, I'm going to speak from the heart a little bit. I've made sure to write this down. So far too many times in my career in this industry that I've given my heart and soul to, I've given up nights and weekends with my family to deal with an outage or a maintenance window. But that's part of being in the industry. If you want a 9-to-5 job, go work in a different industry. But there's nothing like working a breach. You can't even think about bringing your network back online before you eject that threat actor, and that may take days. The last breach I worked took 5 days before I got any sleep. I had, I think I had pizza for like 5 meals straight. I didn't move. I was high stress. I felt like I was responsible for, bringing this company back online and preventing it from going out of business, frankly. Dr. Ramage saw me running this morning. He's like, wow, you're dedicated. I'm like, yeah, I have to, because, this industry at any point in time could take me out of commission for 5 days. And the older I get, the harder it is for me to get going again. So I got to stay healthy just because of the nature of this industry. But the terms of my life now, because I'm divorced, says I get my kids every other weekend. That breach just happened to occur on my kid-free weekend. Had it occurred over my kid weekend, I lost time with my kids, I may have stepped out of the industry. And if this happens again, I might as well step out. So my motivation to come up here and speak to you today is to ask you to help me out, because I can't do this myself, to make this world more secure. Because if I continue to get breached, I continue to have to work 5 or 6 days straight, and I have to lose time with my family, I'm going to leave the industry. It's just not worth it. I can go drive a boat full of drunken tourists on the lake of the Ozarks and probably do just as well as I do in cybersecurity. But I love this industry, so I'm here. So it all help me out, because I'm going to talk about what needs to be done. Call to action. So we need to step up our game in IT operations. So there's some people out there that try to say cybersecurity and IT are two separate industries. I hear you. And in some large organizations, I think that can work. But in smaller organizations like mine, we kind of have to wear both hats. And so IT operations personnel needs to be more security conscious in the day-to-day job. They need to follow change management. They need to follow a checklist. And this makes things take longer, because we have to temporarily fill the gap with the labor shortage out there. Speaking of the labor shortage, can we please get some more women in tech? I'm tired of working with a bunch of dudes. I mean, if you're going to say there's a 4 million person shortage out there, and I'm in a room with my peers, if there are 2 women in that room, that is pretty good representation from my experience. Sadly, it's normally 1 or none in that room. So we talk about a shortage, and I look across the room and I see all men. I'm like, I found the problem. We're not recruiting half the population. So please, let's get the ladies into tech. The other part of this falls on me. I need to do a better job of pushing with my management for longer deadlines to get the stuff done. Remember, the 5-minute VM that I deployed, they're used to that. They think that's normal. It's not. I should not have been moving that fast. I got to slow down. I got to follow change management. It may take me 2 or 3 weeks to get a VM now and not 5 minutes. And I need to clearly communicate to my management that that's not normal. The new normal is it's going to take you a while to get what you want, because that's just what it takes to get secure. IT manager myself, I need to do a better job of pushing for a bigger seat at the table. Remember, the IT industry is a little juvenile. It's still a little bit young. We've only been in the corporate world for about 30 years. And I would say only in the last 10 years have we developed some level of maturity where the boards are comfortable bringing us into the room with them. But there's still a lot of organizations that kind of you'll have your CFO, your CEO, your director of HR, your legal counsel, all in the room making decisions with the company. No IT person in the room. We're important. You cannot run this company without this technology that I manage. I need to be in the room with you, and I'm pushing hard to get more IT people in the room with the executives, because that's what it's going to take. So we have a long road ahead. Like I said, a lot of organizations are in bad shape out there. And these frameworks are really just a set of guidelines and a rule book for you to follow. It's not the answer to all your problems, but it starts with writing down what you say you're going to do in your policy. Run your day-to-day IT operations according to your policy, and then frequently check the performance of your controls, all of them, not some of them, all of them. Don't just make sure you terminated your off-board employees in 24 hours. Let's make sure your inventory is accurate, that when you say, hey, what machine does our secretary have, that you're able to go into your inventory, find the machine name, see its path, see it's got all the security tools. Just doing everything end to end and cutting off all these loose ends is what it's going to take to stop all these breaches from happening and to bring some normalcy to our job. So, and that's the end of my content. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions?
Back there.
As we do questions right now, there's a number of folks outside that are going to come in, so pardon the interruption. Also, when a question is asked, would you summarize it? Because the online stream can't hear the question.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Hi, my name is Carmen Gaskins, and I'm a professor in CIT at South Central Kentucky Community Technical College.
Mhm.
One thing that we really are trying to improve on is women in our program. So do you have recommendations on what we can do to get more women in the program?
Excellent question. I wish I could come up with a solution for this problem before I retire from the industry. I can only tell you what I've done, and I've never had a female resign underneath me, which I'm quite proud of. What I see happen, I think, a lot with the females in the industry is they come into tech and they get pushed into sales, account management, or project management. I see a lot of the tech industry filled with that. I don't see them as in technical roles. So what I do is you find out what the female students that you have are interested in and help them facilitate working with the type of technology they want to work with. That may be managing Active Directory, that may be managing firewalls, that may be running a SOC. But help find what they're good at, what they're talented with, and plug them into that, and don't encourage them to stick with that. Don't let management when their career comes in push them into a friendly face type of a role. That'd be my suggestion, is just make sure that we're giving our female colleagues an opportunity to work on what they want to in technology.
Questions? And I still say dedicated because Joe was running, I thought I got to the office early today and he was already out running 6:02. I had to, normally when I get to the office, I know the people running. Wait, I don't recognize that guy. And I get closer, good grief, drove in from St. Louis last night, up at 6 running. Let me ask, for a small business that has neglected the governance component, that maybe they don't fall under HIPAA or any of the requirements, how do they get started? I mean, like, what's what do they need to talk to somebody like you? Can they do that internally? What's the first step?
It typically starts with bringing in some outside consultant to talk about, their IT department as is and how far off you are from your framework. What for a small business, and when you read these framework controls, the wording on it, this is why everyone hates the frameworks, because the wording on it's very formal, it's very bland, it's very dry, and it's intimidating. But when I start talking with these organizations, small organizations, many times I find that they're on 80% of the controls, maybe they just don't have policy and documentation to back it up. And so one of the first things that we end up doing usually is taking their existing operation, writing it up in a policy to kind of document the way that they do things, and then you realize any actual gaps. So say that your offboarding policy states that you terminate someone in 48 hours, it needs to be 24. You shorten that up, and you just start addressing your gaps after you have documented how it's supposed to be. So it all starts with the policy. Let's write down what you're supposed to be doing. And a lot of people are intimidated by that because I think if they write down their policy and they're not compliant with the policy, that's the end of the road, that they can't do it, that they can't have a policy unless they're compliant. That's not true. You can have exceptions to your policy. It's all about documentation. This is what we're supposed to be doing. We're not there yet, but let's document the exception and let's come up with a plan to address it. Any other questions?
Russ back at Total Tech Solutions. Spent the majority of my career in K-12. I was a CIO for 20 years. One thing you sort of touched on, didn't specifically address, is as far as policy and acceptance policy, end user training in the sense. Predominantly what we don't see is brute force attacks on networks, but hey, we're Microsoft, here, let's connect your computer, you have an issue. And you have the unsuspecting or mind of just addressing the importance of that?
Of, just security awareness training in general? Yeah, no, certainly, security awareness training really came onto the scene, I would say, 4 or 5 years ago. And most companies purchase some modules to, between 30 minutes and an hour to annually to train security awareness training, make the staff more aware of kind of the threats out there. It's very important. The challenge is to prevent employees from taking that as kind of a check-the-box item. Let me just go through the training, let me just get through it, similar to signing the policy. They don't care to read it that much, but the message is very important. And it's very important to supplement the security awareness training for tips and tricks. I just posted to our company Teams channel, hey, if you're coming into the office and you want your cell phone on Wi-Fi, connect that to the guest network. We don't have company-provided cell phones for the most part, so I have a mix of, personal use and corporate use, through the email apps on the phone. So you want that on your guest network. You don't want your cell phone that, we do have application management. We don't have full-blown, MDM. We're not scanning for viruses on the mobile phone. So I don't want that mobile phone on my production network connecting to my servers. So most of the training I've seen out there doesn't cover things like that. So you really have to make sure that your staff are engaged and are aware. Too much communication is bad in the business world, so you gotta kind of pick your spots. But yeah, absolutely, security awareness training, it's part of life, and if you're not doing it, I don't know what you're doing.
Hunter Evans, Microsoft. How do you, when you write these policies and procedures, how do you balance mitigating risk, but also creating, operational efficiency for the employees?
Well, I think that what we define as operational efficiency has changed. Because remember, we came from the 5-minute VM era, and they think that that's normal. Readjusting the expectations of your business leader is part of that. But the way I look at this is just how it's written. Or your company has decided you're going to be NIST, or you're going to be ISO, or whatever framework control that you choose. And this is your rule book, and that's what you do. If you think that this makes you inefficient by doing this, then maybe that's just the new norm. And I think that's the struggle we're having. This is the new norm. It takes longer. You have to jump in through more hoops to get access to the data. I have to jump through more hoops to administer my network. I can't just VPN in with my domain admin account, no MFA. I have to VPN in with my regular user account, MFA. Elevate to a domain admin, MFA. And that's the way you do it. And a lot of IT people are like, that's too much work. No, it's not. It's just the way you do your job now.
All right, I think that's enough. Oh.
One more. Two more.
As a business administration student, I can understand why people in certain sectors will take things personally when you expect them to comply with compliance regulations.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's a way that we could standardize compliance regulations, like across the board, both in and out of IT, to allow for a larger conversation on, security within the business sector?
So standardized compliance, when you have different frameworks that have different outcomes, such as ISO and NIST, you're not standardizing, I think, to a certain team. Not every framework, not every way of doing anything works for every company. But certainly, I think that what the SEC is doing, which is making companies report on the state of the cybersecurity program, holding people like myself accountable. My peers have been named in lawsuits for having lax cybersecurity controls in their network. This makes me nervous. But that level of accountability is what's needed. And I think it starts there. It's just at a regulatory level that, hey, have your cyber stuff in place. As time grows, we're going to see that tighten down and align more towards a central standard, I think. But remember, we're very early on the front lines of a changing industry right now. We're only 30 years into this. Look at the accounting department. Back in the 20s, we had the Great Depression, and it launched all kinds of new SEC rules for accounting. Now, like if you have an expense report, you have to keep your receipt, file an expense report before you're going to get paid. It probably wasn't like that. at some point in time, where CEOs are like, hey, I paid $200, give me $200 out of petty cash and stick it in your pocket. That doesn't fly anymore. So, and it was a long, painful evolution of the accounting department to get into compliance. Long, painful evolution of IT to get into compliance and to really bring some order for the chaos that's going on out there.
All right. Let's get that. All right, before you do anything with the lights, before we bring up the next speaker, if you have seats at your table, raise your hand. If you have empty seats at your table, raise your hand. So we gotta, I know I'm asking a lot of computer type people, but we're gonna have to socialize and meet new friends today. We have a lot of folks here. Okay, so you may not need a table seat right now, but by lunchtime we certainly will. So at the break, we want to make sure that we do that. All right, let me move into our next set of speakers. Our first one, we're going to shift from talking about frameworks to talking about why frameworks matter. We're going to look at two specific areas. First, we're going to look at the electric grid. You almost have to be living under a rock right now to not hear about the cybersecurity risk to our critical infrastructure. We hear a lot about it. Actually, after our break, we're going to talk more about it with our government partners. But I thought it would be interesting. It was suggested by a couple of folks that we hear from our infrastructure folks what's going on. What does that cybersecurity risk look like, and what are we doing about it? So one of our electric co-ops in the area, West Kentucky Rural Electric, we asked Jerry, it does, sorry, I couldn't read it from here, Beckley, thinking, wait, did I type it wrong? Vice President of Computing and IT at West Kentucky Rural Electric, my electric provider, so this is very important to me, because I want to keep my power on, to come and share a little bit about what goes on from his perspective to protect the electric grid. So, Jerry, I'll let you come up. Thank you.
Thank you. That's right. How you all doing? So, I'm Jay, and this is Silent Bob. So, he's going to log into his Surface for me, because I wear glasses, I'm not going to be able to see this. So while he's doing that, do you guys want to hear my Murray State story? It's a good story. So when I showed up in this town about 30 years ago, we were back with green screens. I know a lot of you young people don't even know what a green screen looks like. Well, it was Big Blue, which was IBM down in the building next door. And then we got something called a microcomputer. That's what you guys now call desktops. And before desktops, it was nothing but command-driven type stuff. A mouse didn't even exist. So as a student worker, I ran green bar paper. And then when I became an employee, I was put mistakenly, they put me in charge of all the student labs, and we put computers in. And when I took the job at Clemson University to go work on my master's degree, back in the old days, you could mess around with the screensaver. So what I did is that my last day at Murray State, I went across all the labs that I could get to. And after 5 minutes, guess what would pop up on the screensaver? My picture. Now you're probably thinking, well, so what? Well, I password protected the screensaver. So you can move the mouse and make it do its thing, but if you went in to change the screensaver, you had to know the password. So my wife and I, we zip-zap off to Clemson, and I'm just waiting for a phone call from Murray State begging me for that password. Well, it never came. A few years later, I came back, we were visiting family, and I had lunch with the old staff, and a gentleman named Hal Rice, one of my good friends, was still part of this department. I said, Hal, why didn't you call me for that password? He goes, because I wasn't going to give you the satisfaction of asking for that password. So do you know what he had to do back in the old days? He had to have student workers take apart each one of those and move a jumper, reboot the thing and put the jumper back. I said, you did that for like 65 machines. And he said, yes, because I wasn't going to give you the satisfaction of that phone call. And I said, I think I would have just called, Hal. I really kind of think that's what I would have done. So that's my Murray State story. I did some other a lot of things that now that we're taping, now that I think about that story, maybe I shouldn't go any further with that. But I'm very excited to be here. It feels a little weird being back here. This is one of my alma maters and a school that I love. But what do I want to talk to you today about? First of all, how many of you today are actively in cybersecurity? Actively, today, okay. How many of you want to get into the cybersecurity world? Okay, you guys are the crazy ones. Go get an English degree, go get a history degree, because I'm gonna tell you what, I used to have luscious blonde hair, and now I don't have any. So, electricity, like healthcare, manufacturing, water and wastewater, we're all considered critical infrastructure, yeah? So, how many of you know where West Kentucky gets its energy from? Not you, Justin. TVA. Justin is my colleague. TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, right. So they generate it and they send it up to us and we transmit it. So that's where we get it from. But we also have to protect the grid, right? So, with all that being said, how do I change the thing, Mike? Oh, wait a minute. Do I do this? Hey, look at that. I gotta move this out, guys. Can y'all hear me? So, why is this a big deal? This is a big deal because I don't want to see that in the Paducah Sun. That's why this is a big deal. So, one of the things that I wanted everybody to know is that we have been hacked in the electric space. We call them LPCs, local power companies. And here's just a couple. One in Oklahoma, one in Los Angeles. That one was very interesting because what they ended up doing is adding way more chlorine to the water, and they found out about it right before it happened. Enough that it could have killed people. So the one in Colorado there at the bottom, I actually know these guys. And we've talked about it at multiple meetings I've been at. And it is real. I get FBI warnings every morning at 6 a.m. And I could tell you probably in a 5-day period, I get at least 1 or 2 that has to do with the electric space. How many of you, by show of hands, believe that the AT&T and the 911 incident was just, whoops? How many of you believe it? Anybody? You do this job long enough, you get jaded enough, that if it doesn't look right, smell right, taste right, it ain't right. Now, I have no data that says that the AT&T breach, the AT&T incident, or the 911 incident was cybersecurity breaches, but does it smell right? I'd say no. But, just like I said, I got no data. So, what do we do in our jobs? Why is it important to protect the grid? It's not just keeping the lights on. People think it's, well, we got to keep the lights on. It's more than that. We have your data, PII, on our system. How many of you are members of West Kentucky Rules? Thank you for your membership. Do you believe that I'm working every day to keep your data safe? So we have to protect our critical infrastructure. Now, my colleague, raise your hand, Justin. Justin McCann is the Vice President of Engineering. He is the big brain who builds substations and all. And he is over what is called operational technology, and I'm over enterprise. But we have to work together if we're going to make our infrastructure successful. So, we have to have reliable service. When you go to your bathroom, you go to your kitchen, you go do whatever, when you hit that light switch, what do you expect to happen? Well, the lights come on, yeah? If the lights don't come on, then there's an issue. We safeguard your data. Cybersecurity, and I tell people this all the time, what is your main job? Is to protect data. That's what we do in cybersecurity. Years ago, when I was at Murray State, there was no such thing as cybersecurity. It wasn't a thing. The worst thing that we ever had was something called a virus. Oh, you can have a virus. Because we didn't keep data on servers. It just wasn't like that. Nothing was connected to what you guys now know as the internet. We had the internet, but not the internet. So we also have to worry about our financial loss. Because our financial loss is what? Whose loss is it really? It's all you people out here who are members. My job is to make sure that all of that is protected. Common cybersecurity threats facing West Kentucky, and I really should have actually just put cooperatives and munis. Munis is municipals. IOUs, investor-owned utilities. Malware and ransomware. 10, 15 years ago, that wasn't even a thing. But it is the most destructive thing out there. The thing that I showed you with Colorado was ransomware. And they locked those files. The thing I love about ransomware is that if I pay you in Bitcoin, you're going to release my files. Isn't it nice to know that we have honor among thieves? Because you're just going to do it again. I'm really in the wrong job. I need to be in the ransomware job. Phishing and social engineering. How many people have ever been socially engineered? Come on, everybody. I just literally got an email the other day in our proof point, which catches our email that it sniffs and says it's not right, from a lady that I didn't know, saying that I owed her an invoice. So what did I do? Well, I emailed her direct and said, do I owe you this? And she goes, no, our entire system got hacked. We also do that to our employees, and I'll talk about that too, because that's the fun part. Denial of service, DDoS. I remember the first time I ever heard DDoS, I was like, DDoS, what is that? You start banging away at a service, you're going to ultimately bring the service down. So we understand these things. We work very hard at these things. How we implement our cyber measures. You see that very first word? Or those first three words? If you're going to get into the cybersecurity business, know those three words. Assessment. Risk assessment will save your mortgage, because it's all about your mortgage. We do it quite a bit. As a matter of fact, as your last presenter said, it's in our policy. I am required to do assessment. Do assessment. People get scared of assessments. Oh my God, I don't want to know. Yeah, you do. Because if you got a fancy mortgage like I do, and I got a nice swimming pool and a big house, I love assessments. Because that'll tell you where the bad stuff is and what you need to fix. Defense in depth strategies. We do that too. We have multiple layers. People say, yeah, but you got TVA watching over you. TVA is not watching over me. They're just where we get our power from to give to you. So we have to do our own. We do layered approach, multiple layer approach. Prior to coming to West Kentucky Rural, I was the CTO of a large credit union in St. Louis called Vantage Credit Union. And you want to talk about regulation? Let me tell you something, brother. That's regulation. And the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, them feds come in and they don't play. They got no smile. It's like having the IRS walk into your office. They don't smile, they're not funny, and they're not playing. So, and we do continuous monitoring. What's the one word up there that's underlined? Patching. Patch. We patch all the time. Roger, raise your hand. Roger Goff is my engineer. He's my network engineer. He spends a good part of his day doing what? Patching. Patching will save your what? Your mortgage. Patch, 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 patch. And I'm not saying just patch the machines. We don't just patch the machines. Because on Justin's side, he has proprietary equipment that's at the chip level. And do you think the chip level has vulnerabilities? Of course it does. His staff, patch, 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 patch. People think when I say patch, I say Windows or ESXi hosts. No, I'm talking firmwares. I'm talking the chips. And we do quite a bit of that. Oh, and we also do, and the previous gentleman said it, we also do change what? Say it with me, management. Change management, change control. Why do you do that? Is because we need to know what the change was, who, what, where, when, why, and how. So we do a lot of that. Why do we do these assets? We safeguard your critical, if you'll notice I say your, because we work for you, including our substations. I'm sure you've driven through Marshall or Callaway County and you say, well, what is that? It's a substation. That's where it comes in. We protect those too. We understand where we're vulnerable. A lot of companies don't have to worry about substations. They don't have to worry about the lines. We do advanced measures. So we spend a lot of money with a lot of vendors watching our network. Poor old Roger's one man, and he's got to sleep. But we have millions upon millions of syslogs that come in. What do you would say, daily, weekly? And he can't watch it all. And if you're going to get into the cybersecurity business, you can't watch it all. Get good vendors. We do. We do access control, vulnerability management. We actually have an OT/IT steering committee, which, I travel throughout the country and I talk to multiple LPCs, co-ops and stuff. Do you know they don't? You have some that OT and IT don't even speak to each other. I can't fathom not speaking to Justin every day. He's one of my BFFs. We travel well together. We argue, though. But it's important. This was a little small, and I apologize. So TVA is our regulator. So they have a lot of say on what we can do when it comes to our rates and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. A lot of stuff that's not in our area. We do a variety of regulation standards, like NERC, NERC-CIP, and NIST. You'll hear these words. If you start getting into this crazy world, you'll learn these. You'll learn these frameworks. You'll learn the word frameworks. You'll learn the word NIST and blah, 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 blah. They're not there just to be an annoyance. They're there to protect. Many electric co-ops adopt recognized cybersecurity frameworks. We heard that? Frameworks. We audit and we assess. Certifications, accreditations. The days of having some guy who kind of could do networks are over. Now, for you, how many college students do we have? I know that y'all are gonna like probably y'all gonna run me off the stage. I would rather hire someone who's got 5 certifications than somebody who's got a college education, if you've been out in the mess with me. Employee training. How many of you, probably not the students, but how many of you have actually gotten stuff from your company for cybersecurity training? Yeah, it's required. Is it required here at Murray? It's required at West Kentucky. Boy, they hate it. My friend Justin would love to be able to scroll to the end and take the test, but he can't. We've got ours where you got to go through all 45 minutes of it, and it's slow. I made it even I get irritated, but it's slow. But you can't go through it. But yes, educate, communicate. I understand people get upset with passwords. I got 75 passwords, Jerry. I don't care. How many of you have actually found passwords on your network in some Excel spreadsheet? I have too. I've found them under keyboards. I found them on phones. It's the human element. That's our one lowest common denominator. That's pretty sad. It's the beating heart. Incident identification, containment, incident response, recovery. These things that we have to put in place because if the lights do go out, I have to recover. Now, you say, okay, well, you just can't go to a substation and turn on the lights. Sure I can. But Justin can't tell you what homes are on because that's all digital. We have to have a plan. We have a robust plan. We actually built a co-location here in Murray. We're one of the, if not the first electric cooperative our size that has a co-location. Meaning that if Mayfield's building gets destroyed, I can show up at our new branch, and if you haven't seen the new branch, it's right up the street, and I can run the whole company. Emerging trends in technology. What does IoT stand for? Internet of Things. Yes. And you're probably thinking, well, Jerry, JB, what do you mean Internet of Things? How many of you or your family or whatever has like a Honeywell that runs your HVAC? That's an Internet of Things. Is that something that West Kentucky could control if we had the proper program? Yep. We control hot water heaters. That's an Internet of Things. My favorite is AI-powered cybersecurity. How many people play with chat? I love chat. AI is coming. Does AI scare anybody but me? Scares the living out of me. It's the Terminator and the Matrix all just wrapped into one. But being 55, I'm gonna be dead soon, so that ain't gonna be my problem. I feel I got 30 years, and by then they're putting implants in people's heads, so I ain't gonna sweat it. But AI is coming faster in the last 5 years than it has in the last 15. And if you think you have ChatGPT 4, they say 5 is undistinguishable or indistinguishable to the human, and it's coming too. Blockchain, 5G, we're doing all of these things, part of the way that we do communications back. So in conclusion, at West Kentucky Rule, like any of, if you're at Murray Electric or Mayfield Electric, where your parents are, or whatever, we spend an absorbent amount of time and your members' dollars to make sure that you're protected. I would say at most, my week dealing with some sort of a cybersecurity thing, either in the back of my head or sitting there on my desk, is probably easy 40 or 50%, because that's my job. If you would have asked me when I was y'all's age what cybersecurity was going to be, I don't know what that is, and I didn't care. I came to Murray State to party. And now, here I am 30 years later, talking at my alma mater about cybersecurity and being all responsible. I hate it. But understand that critical infrastructure, have a little bit of appreciation with critical infrastructure that we do keep the lights on. We do our best. So, with all that being said, do I have any questions? I'll be glad to answer.
I don't know that we have time for.
Got no Q&A, that's fine too.
Let's let the next speaker, and then we'll do a joint Q&A.
That's fine. Y'all think of whatever questions. Thank you very much.
I should say before I introduce Doug that my home was spared, but all the power along my street got taken out by the tornado a couple years ago, and it was amazing how quickly the electric co-op was able to bring that back up. I mean, it took a few days, but it did not take as long as my internet or my cable or the telephone that never came back. Thank you for that. Shifting gears slightly, and let me introduce Doug, and then I'm going to pull his slides up. I guess I'm going to change the way I was going to introduce you because, well, first of all, he's a graduate of our program as well. But I guess the most important thing to note was that he wasn't the business college computer lab manager. He was the IT building computer lab manager when he was a student. So I guess that's an important piece. But anyway, he left Murray and went to Caterpillar and has been at Caterpillar for a long, long time. His current title is Device as a Service Global Program Manager, End User Services Division at Caterpillar up in Peoria. He has been a member of our National Advisory Board for a long time. Has always been very faithful to our program and a great supporter. And he's going to talk about that third-party risk management piece, the supply chain that is becoming such an important piece. So, Doug, I'll let you take it over. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Mike, and good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today? You guys excited? Hopefully I can spice things up here a little bit. Got a nice video for you guys. As Mike explained, my name is Doug Cecil. I'm with Caterpillar Incorporated. Make the big yellow equipment that you guys see on the roads in the mine sites. I've been with Caterpillar a little over 21 years now, and I am a graduate, as Mike indicated, of both the bachelor's and master's program, so I'm very honored to be back here today. So part of what I want to do to talk to you today is about a very important topic you may not think about quite a bit, and that's centered around third-party risk management and why that is an absolutely key and essential part of any comprehensive cybersecurity strategy. So before I dive into all the words and all the buzz acronyms, what I want to do is I want to show a video. And this video here is really going to set the tone of why this is important. It's going to set the tone on things to think about as you set up a TPRM at your companies, as you do the research there. Think about how the data is used across Caterpillar. Think about where it goes, who accesses that information, and how they access it. So, Mike, I'll let you play the video.
CAT connectivity brings advanced asset management to the fingertips of customers and dealers, unlocking insights that assist them in getting the most value out of CAT equipment. With asset tracking through product-linked devices, asset and utilization data can be accessed through your CAT asset health management application. There, users can gain a deeper understanding of their fleet's location, utilization, fault codes, and more, no matter where they are in the world. Through product-linked devices, users can also access important information about the health and condition of their assets. Customers partner with their local CAT dealer technicians to analyze equipment on-site or remotely to diagnose fault codes, analyze fluid sample reports, monitor asset conditions, and more. Through this analysis, CAT experts provide actionable recommendations for maintenance and repairs, or pinpoint opportunities for more efficient training, operations, or fleet management. With
well, thank you, Mike, for showing the video. So guys, a couple key takeaways you probably heard from the video there. Look, just like Jerry talked about, Internet of Things. Look. Yep, no worries, Mike. But as you take a look at the video, you saw Internet of Things, just like Jerry talked about, with water heaters, with systems in your home. Same thing, CAT equipment, other equipment out there, it's all being connected to the internet. You saw dealers, customers accessing their data. Where's all that going? It's going to the cloud, right? And people are accessing that in different ways. And that is why a third-party risk management is so important. You're partnering with other providers out there, other connectivity systems, and this has such a big impact on your strategic and reputational. Jerry talked about it, right? Paducah Sun. You don't want your reputation being harmed, your brand. You want to focus on that because that's what's important to sell equipment, to sell your services out there. You also want to try to mitigate those risks and eliminate those risks out there. Doing a third-party risk management program will allow you to do that. It helps to establish those requirements, those policies, those standards that you have, and also brings in legal agreements. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later too. Contracting, legal, lawyers. Everybody loves a lawyer, right? But that allows you then to bring in your ability to manage risks. And in the end, your success is established there by having that information protection. You have access management, so only the people that are authorized to see the data on your equipment or at your site can do that. Jerry talked about patch management and the important things that they're doing as part of that. As you work with third parties, you have to ask them all these questions. What are they doing? How are they doing it? Just don't sign that legal document if you don't know what's going on in your third parties. As you move forward with third-party risk management, a key point of that is doing assessments. Jerry talked about that as well. You have to know what's going on at all points and all times. Talk to your vendors, talk to your third parties and ask them, what are they doing? You in your business, your goal is to reduce your impact, manage your risks as part of that. You want to identify your risks, where are they at? Your assessment will tell you that. You want to do analysis, you want to eval, and of course you want to do corrective actions. It's one thing to get the assessment back, it's another one to implement changes and make difference within your environment there. Look across your relationships. It probably just doesn't end with one of your third parties. It probably goes further down the chain. How are they doing work with their providers? You have to know if a piece of equipment gets hacked, or a substation gets hacked, or other things occur. Who does what, where, when, how? That's by assessing the maturity, asking them where are they at with their security functions, and how are they doing that? You need a plan to do ongoing governance of your risks, the ability then to know who's taking charge when a breach happens, when something occurs. And of course, you want to do periodic cybersecurity assessments. Understand the maturity of your systems, of their systems across the globe. And of course, everybody's fun. You want to do the pen tests, right? The penetration tests. You want to have the ability to have them focus in, try to break into your system, understand where those gaps are at, because that way you can take action ahead of time, fill those gaps, and move forward. When you work with your third parties, ask them for maturity assessments. Ask them for those certifications. Could be things like the SOC 2s, could be other ISO certifications out there. Those are important to understand what type of group you're working with. Understand their maturity, their level of expertise there. And of course, all of this comes back together. You want to do scans and penetration tests and other things at different layers. It's just not one and done. You want to continuously do that to understand where you're at with your systems, your solutions. Because your business is counting on you, your customers are counting on you. You do not want to have reputational brand risks because of that. Everybody's favorite, legal and contracting. I'll be the first one to admit I'm not a lawyer. I don't play a lawyer on TV. However, legal and contractual things are so important when you start working with IT systems and working with your third parties. First of all, data privacy. You got to design with data privacy in mind. You want to make sure that your intellectual property, the keys to your kingdom, whatever they may be, are well protected in the environment. You want to focus on that. And you've got new systems. Jerry talked about this as well. You've got Gen AI, you've got processor agreements, you've got automated decision-making. Your vendor's doing stuff with your data. What are they doing with it? How are they doing that? How are they communicating it? Who owns what? If they come up with a new Gen AI thing and it spits out something, who owns that at the end of the day? Can they then resell that for a profit? You have to know all of those things. And of course, a big one is now we're starting to get opt-in, opt-out rights. You guys see that on all your web pages. It's especially very important in Europe with the European Union. You may have to go back a long way in your systems to get rid of any type of European Union data privacy user information. So be careful of that. Contracting. I know this is everybody's favorite. Absolutely. They love just reading all these contracts. But data privacy amendments are so critical to what you do day in and day out. At Caterpillar, we have whole teams of lawyers that do nothing but data privacy with all of our IT contracts. It's boring stuff, but it is so important. What happens to your intellectual property when it comes to data privacy? What happens if you separate from a company? You no longer are doing business with them. Who keeps what? What do they have to destroy? How long do they get to have it afterwards? And of course, you want to have very strict confidentiality classifications for your data. What is high confidentiality? What is low? What is critical to your enterprise? And how are you protecting that from data privacy? And of course, liability. What happens if there's a breach? What happens if your information gets out in the public? Who is liable for what? Is it the third party's fault? Is it your fault? The lawyers get heavily involved with this. Somebody needs to be made whole. This is where limitations of liability come into play, because they don't want to just keep paying out and paying out. There's going to be some limit with that. Last I have here is export controls. For a big international company like Caterpillar, export controls is so critical. As you start to ship data globally, you get the government involved, right? So here in this case, the U.S. Department of Treasury, Office of Assets, Foreign Assets, they get involved. What has happened in the last 24 hours? TikTok, right? I'm sure all the students have seen that. Government now is banning that. They are getting involved in decision-makings for IT adventures, right? So you have to keep up with those. European Union especially loves data privacy. They want to get involved. GDPR, other regulations. You've got to know what you can have, where, when, how, what you can process. They want to know where their data is being stored for Germany, for UK, for other areas. That's so critical when you design your solutions as part of that. Of course, when you start transferring data between those countries, they want to have very strict controls. Some of these countries, again, the EU is doing that. Understand your laws, your definitions. What do you have to maintain? What do you need? You do not want SEC. You do not want different departments of Treasury folks showing up at your door, banging on your desk, asking about data. Where's the data at? Where are you sending it to? Who's hosting it? Who's processing it? What are you doing with it? And of course, that brings us to the processing of that data. Very, very important, because that's where it's housed, that's where it resides, and that could have huge impact on your company, your brand, your loyalty. And of course, records retention. How long do you keep the data? Where's it at? What does your vendor do with it? So these legal and contractual things, I get it. It's boring. I don't like it either, but it's so important as you work with third parties to go through that information, to go through those details. You have to understand and be able to manage who, what, where, when, how, and what's happening. Get ahead of this. That way, if there's problems, if there's issues, you know what's going on as part of that. So I'd like to conclude as 3 main takeaways for everybody in the room here. First of all, third-party risk management. absolutely essential to your business, right? It's going to help you manage the risks, minimize those things that you can control. It's going to foster better relationships with your third parties, and it's going to help you establish so you're in control and you know what's going on. Through the assessments we talked about, constantly do assessments. Constantly identify those risks, close those risks, and make sure that you're confident you know what's going on in your environment, and especially with your third parties. And last but not least, everybody's favorite, legal contracts. You want to make sure that you have great legal protection, your contracts are solid, and you know what occurs when, if there is a problem, and or if you need to separate from that company, who controls what. So those are 3 key takeaways. So with that said, I want to say thank you so much. I appreciate you guys' time today, and thanks for letting me talk to you a little about third-party risk management.
All right, I'm going to give us just about 5 minutes for questions before we take a break. Whether it's for Doug or for Jerry, either one, any questions?
Hey, Doug. As far as analyzing and writing assessments on your vendor, is there anything in particular you kind of look for on those? Because I find a lot of inconsistency on how people fill those surveys out. I also find a lot of inconsistency on how we interpret what we see. I kind of look for frameworks to make sure they're in place, but even that's not perfect, because I mainly cover like a small portion of the business and not.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you, Joe, for that. One of the things that we do very strongly like Caterpillar is not only use third-party certificates, as I mentioned, with some of the areas, like a SOX 2 report, but we also look across all the IT vendors that we're doing. And so we like to shamelessly steal between assessments we might do with Microsoft, or we might do with Google, or you might have ones with AWS, and then we can use those across our vendor platform. That way we can continually update how we do assessments and what we're looking for. We heavily get our vendor management office involved as well to understand how they're doing the assessments, what their TPRAs look like, as well as data privacy assessments. That way we can structure those so we have kind of a consistency across those vendor areas.
Time for one more question. Government's got a question.
Uh-oh.
And this one is going to be kind of difficult, I think. Especially for small business that we may have in the room. What sort of guidance to develop cybersecurity plans and contracts could you offer?
Oh, great question. Definitely if you're a small business, I would absolutely start with first understanding your business and what your business is collecting from a data standpoint. What are you housing with data? How are you processing that data? But then also as you work with third parties, you can get online a lot of great initial assessments to understand how those third-party risk managements can be structured, questions to ask. But then also as you work and partner with those other companies that are providing services, be open with them. Talk to them about what assessments they're doing, what certifications they have. It's a great question. Just when was the last time you had a breach? What did you do? How did you respond? What was the impact of that? How has that affected your customer base? Did you lose customers? And so some general questions to start to feel out your third parties and be able to understand how they respond and how they prepare for those management things is a great way just to have those initial conversations.
All right, with that, we're going to take a break. Before you get up, let me share a couple things. When you checked in, hopefully you all got a ticket. If you did not get a ticket when you checked in, on your break, go by the registration table and make sure you get your ticket. We have about 15 minutes for a break. Go out and visit with the vendors. I think there's going to be a snack put out, but we'll be back in here in about 15 minutes. And as soon as we get back in here, we'll do a drawing. So that'll help we get back in, and then we'll keep going and hear from some of our government partners. All right, if everybody comes in, we'll try to get started in just a second. All right. Before we keep moving on with the program, let me draw a number out. We will continue, we'll do some more of these. We'll do another one before lunch and then a few more after lunch at the end of the show. So first is some wireless earbuds. And the number is, everybody should have 700 as their, well, maybe some have 701. But this number is 700-965. 965. You got to be in the room. All right. I mean, there's not even been time for people to leave. All right. 965 going once. 965 going twice. All right. Here we go. 701-022. 701-022. All right. There you go. All right, we are, oh, they just walked in the door. Do you want me to flip or do y'all want to go? Flip, okay. We're going to flip our next two presentations. Where did Forrest go? There's Forrest. First up, we're going to hear from Forrest Carver. I feel like, particularly with Dr. Gant here, I should introduce Forrest the way that Dr. Gant introduced Forrest every single time. And you know exactly where I'm going, Spanish. Forrest was one of our students, one of our research assistants in the center. He was an intern for me at another company. He's been around Murray State for a long, long time. When he left Murray State, he ended up going to Dynetics. He went to the Army and MITRE and bounced back and forth quite a bit, doing a lot of really cool, scary stuff. Back in his early years, he was pen testing on U.S. missile systems. He's probably going to share some of this. But the thing, all the super cool stuff that he's done, the story that Dr. Gant always shares is that he got 1 B at Murray State, and it was in Spanish. He had all A's, super smart guy, except in Spanish. I always find that funny that's the story that we always hear, which, let me just, for the record, I did have more than 1 B, but I didn't have all A's other than B's either. But Forrest is super smart and has done some really cool stuff. So we're going to hear from Forrest talking a little bit about preseason training, knowing you're ready for the game. He just, actually, let me say one more thing, and you can go ahead and come up. This will be fast. I felt really bad when I posted on social media about his presentation because about an hour later, he posted his new job announcement on LinkedIn and thought, oh my gosh, did I just scoop your news? But no, I didn't. But he's with Praetorian and offensive security practice manager. Is that right? I think that's right. And going to talk a little bit about pen testing and some of that side of the house. So with that, Forrest, I'll turn it over to you. Left, right, left, right.
All right, I'm going to move this microphone because I'm shorter than Michael. What's today? Happy Thursday. I'm excited to be here. I'll give Michael $20 for making my government career sound good. I'll try not to throw too much shade at my CISA brethren. Where you guys sitting at? You know, a little respectful DOD to DHS judgment, maybe. But yeah, so it's good to be here. I'll tell you, I ended up growing up in Western Kentucky. I went to Carlisle County High School. Anybody from that area? No? Do we get a woot? Where's that? Oh, okay, we got one. We went to school together, though. That doesn't count. Yeah, so, I mean, I experienced, like, growing up in the country, I experienced my family being poor. I experienced my parents telling me, you're going to go do great things, but we don't have any money for you to do great things, so good luck, right? And honestly, like, coming to Murray State, if I'm going to admit it, like, wasn't my first plan. I thought I was going to U of L, was going to go get my degree in engineering and go be, like, a real computer engineer somewhere. Some family life constraints changed that plan, and I came to Murray State, and it's been awesome ever since, right? Like, Michael was a professor back then. Dr. Gant, who's here, right, was running the center back then. Dr. Bowman, who's in the room, we were all terrified of because he was a retired colonel from the Army, and so we made lots of stories up, like he was a sniper, and if you got to be in his class, he'd kill you. Senior year, we found out he had a daughter, and somebody brought it up, and then we really thought he was going to kill us. So it was a great experience, though, and when I graduated, what I didn't really appreciate is how much hands-on experience you got here, right? Like a lot of my friends that I went into my first job with had gone to like book learning classes and they'd learned about networking or about security. But in TSM, which we called it at the time, right, we did so much hands-on work, right? You learned about it in class, but then you did it in the lab, and you did it in class and you did it in the lab, sometimes until 3 a.m, sometimes with Red Bull, sometimes pushing the chairs down the hallway racing, whatever the case may be. But I came out with, for my first 2 jobs really out of college, they made strong comments about that myself and 2 or 3 other people they'd hired from Murray like hit the ground running in a way that no one else did. So I still love this program. I love what the school does. I hope if you're a student here and you're in the program, I hope you're loving it. If not, let me know so that I can tell other people to do better, right? But yeah, so I want to talk to you about preseason training. I'm going to use some basketball analogies. I'm a basketball fan, but I'm only 5'4". I didn't play basketball. I wrestled, a game a short man can succeed at. And this is some ChatGPT generated imagery here. I want to make sure no copyright issues, but also can anyone spot the hacker trivia in the image? Say it out loud. LEET 1337 right across the front. All right, bonus points. I don't have anything for you, but I'll figure something out. I'll get you a Praetorian sticker. All right, so here's what we're going to talk about. Yeah, who am I? I'm going to summarize it. Mike already did a great job. Got a little video for you. Everybody wants to be like Mike. That's not Mike Ramage, unfortunately. Should have rethemed that. And then I'm going to talk to you a little bit about something that I was wrapping up as I left MITRE that has to do with really a structured way of looking at your security program and how you defend yourself, but measuring that based on threat, right? How are you using, like, no kidding, what real threats are doing to assess yourself on a constant basis and constantly mature and get better. And so we're going to look at those 3 kind of key areas. And then something that we're kind of passionate about in my current company, Praetorian, is using offensive threat-driven testing as like the security catalyst for a security program. Because how do you know where the gaps are? How do you know where the problems are? And beyond just the technical problems, right? How do you know which ones actually impact your business? So if I'm testing a company that does sales of any kind, right? I care about business logic bypass, and if you can reset prices on goods. I care about if you can bypass bidding rules. I care about if you can bypass authentication and you can get things to bill to other accounts. So there's things that would really affect your business and your business reputation. That's what we focus on. It's not just can we break it, but can we break it and then convey to you what that means from a business logic perspective in your specific context. So yeah, let me just a quick summary here. So yeah, literally a month in here at Praetorian. You've probably never heard of us. We are 10 years old, 120 people, a substantial number of operators and engineers that come out of the DoD and the intelligence community. And the only thing that we do is break stuff. We do it for Fortune 50 and Fortune 100 companies. Anything from IoT devices to medical devices to automotive firmware to big websites you may use to watch streaming media or buy travel tickets, right? Anything kind of in that entire spectrum, we test. We break, they fix, we retest it, and they roll it to production. So we've got some strong long-term relationships with some fairly major organizations globally, and we are not the only vendor, of course, that they use, but we're one of their premier vendors when they need things done really well, really quickly. And so far, it's been awesome. I mean, the last time I spoke here, I was in a suit and tie because that was the context I lived in. Now I get to live in the context where I wear hoodies every day, and so do the people who work for me, and we just break stuff. And I can do it from my office, or I can do it with my feet in the beach. So I'm loving it. It's fantastic. 8 years before that, for the entire 8 years before that, I was at MITRE. You might have heard of MITRE. We run the CVE database that tracks vulnerabilities. We also run the MITRE attack framework that tracks adversary tradecraft. Do a lot of other things. I did some offensive work there. I did some threat hunting work there, some detection rules and things of that nature there. I actually worked with CISA's group doing threat hunting on ICS SCADA systems. And so that was an outstanding experience, but like really academic. MITRE does a lot of white papers, a lot of studies, a lot of like frameworks, but they don't actually do the technical work. That's why I ended up leaving. Great company, just wanted to change. Before that, 7 years in DoD. Again, yeah, special operations, cyber command, Russia, or counter Russia in Europe, a variety of things, offensive and defensive cyber. Great experience. Could talk about that later. And actually fairly recently, I love the DoD so much that I missed it, and I decided to commission the reserves, and it's been awesome. We can have Navy versus Army, Navy versus Air Force jokes for anyone who wants to later. If you're in the Air Force, you do have better food. The chocolate fountains you guys get, we don't. So the Air Force has something there. So I went to Murray, did my BS in TSM, did my master's in engineering and computer engineering at Iowa State, and then there's a few certs that I have. I don't put those on my LinkedIn signature block because I think it's self-serving, but that's the ones I have, and kind of the things that I've done: compliance, audit, assessments, pen testing, threat emulation, red teaming. I like nerd work is really what it comes down to. I've been the deputy CIO of an organization. I've been the CISO of an organization. I've managed budget. I've managed contracts. I've managed policies, and all of this matters. My particular passion is where the rubber meets the road technically, though, and essentially trying to provide executives with data, right, with facts so that they can make decisions. There's a lot of emotional decision-making, political decision-making that happens in security. And so, yes, the guys who work for me, the gals that work for me, they don't care about that. They just want to hack stuff. And at the end of the week, we have a celebrations call, and people get like company-wide FaceTime, like, oh man, you broke that company, you broke that company, that was awesome, you got a CVE. And we just like praise people for the awesome work that they did, and that's great. But at the management level, we recognize we're trying to create value for people, and it really is data to help people make decisions. So, cybersecurity today, threats everywhere, right? You can look at the news any day. I've been a victim of multiple breaches. Anyone else, maybe Dr. Bowman, Dr. Gant, the OPM breach, if you were in the government, China took a lot of our information a few years ago. I don't know if you guys were tracking some of the big financial breaches last year, several major financial breaches. Just earlier this year, did anyone try to go to the doctor or perhaps get a prescription at your pharmacy and couldn't file a claim? Did anyone notice? The college kids are way too young to even go to the doctor. They don't know. So a pretty major healthcare company, it's now public knowledge, was like a middle layer. So if you were a small doctor's office or pharmacies or what have you, instead of having direct relationships with every single insurance provider, you just sent it to this single clearinghouse, and then they sent it to the individual insurance providers. Well, that middle layer clearinghouse got hacked, and for 90 to 110 days, no claims, no insurance claims, prescriptions couldn't be filled for a large number of pharmacies and doctors' offices around America. So this is happening every day, right? And from an executive perspective, like when we're talking about this, and some of the guys that already spoke before me, you're never going to get risk to zero, right? It's never going to be unhackable. But the point I want to make to you today is there are real things you can do to make it much less likely, right? To reduce the impact when it happens, and to already be aware of what that impact is so that you can have a game plan on the backside, right? And minimize these long-term breaches. So, if I can figure out how to use the clicker. What am I aiming at, Mike? If somebody makes a short joke, I'm not going to forgive you. All right. I don't want to keep doing that every time. We'll see if that wakes it up. All right, so this is a video, okay? Again, I'm a basketball fan. I hope this video plays correctly. If not, it's going to be highly embarrassing. But this sets the stage for the rest of our conversation. Does anyone in the room not know who that is? All right, I do see some hands. So instead of embarrassing anyone, that guy's name's Michael Jordan. You may have heard of him. He used to be a pretty fantastic basketball player. One could argue better than Kobe and LeBron, but we can have that conversation later. I play this video for you because when I was a kid, Michael Jordan was the best, right? He was the best. Everybody acknowledged he was the best. He made his teams better. He made the players around him better. I will say that only translated to basketball. His brief stint in baseball did not work that well. And then he came back to basketball, where again, he was outstanding. So maybe there's a life lesson there, like work where you're strong, right? But to apply this to the topic today, I want to just throw some example companies up on the right-hand side. So who would we say is like the Michael Jordan of cybersecurity now? Like who's really good? If I'd known Microsoft was going to be in the room, I wouldn't have put them up there. That was not self-serving for Microsoft there. But we work a lot with Mandiant, and when I was in the government, we worked a lot with Mandiant. At MITRE, we standardized on CrowdStrike. I know almost all the companies I work with now have standardized on CrowdStrike from like an endpoint detection and response perspective. Microsoft is obviously great, especially in Azure Sentinel, right? They're defending the cloud. Amazon the same way. Security Hub, GuardDuty, like a lot of things Amazon's doing to automate security and response in the cloud. And of course, Murray State, because we're fantastic at cyber. You can't really see the smiley face I put beside it, but Murray State, of course. And the point is, there are companies that have this reputation of being outstanding, right? That they know what they're doing, that they're ahead of the game, that they're innovative. And so what I want to kind of unpack now is like, why? And how can you learn from them, and how can you start kind of executing those same patterns to bring up your own maturity? So I did not mean to put up something, since I think the next talk after me has to do with eating your vegetables. This isn't me throwing shade at you. This is just pure coincidence. So if you want to be like Michael Jordan in cybersecurity, right, you can eat healthy and exercise, but you can still lose the game, right? Did anybody watch the championship? Little Purdue, little UConn? No? You guys stopped watching when UK got out? Okay, that's fair. All right. So it's interesting, right? You can do everything right. Like I'm 5'4", right? So I could eat all the broccoli. I could go to the gym 8 times a week. I could bench 400. I could run sprints. I'm still not going to dunk, and I'm still going to lose, right? It's just going to happen. And so there's a certain number of things that you can control, a certain number of things you can't control. But just doing the basics, right? Like just doing the basics doesn't mean you're going to succeed. So the question is, what did Michael Jordan have that other people didn't have? And Bugs Bunny tells me that he had a bottle called Secret Stuff. I'm not getting enough chuckles. These references are way too old for the audience. And I guess I'll have to use the one with LeBron James in it, even though it hurts my heart. So in the movie Space Jam, they were sucking, they were losing, things were going terribly wrong. Bugs Bunny totally fakes it. It's just a water bottle, writes a label on it. It's Mike's secret stuff, convinces everyone if they drink it, they're going to be heroes. They drink it, they get excited, they win. Boom, ruin the movie for you. All right, so the question is, what's the secret stuff, right? So this is what I want to get into for you. This I'm going to credit for the whole rest of this talk. I'm going to give you links. You can have the slides. You can go look at the resources yourself. This was published by MITRE right before I left. This was the last project I was a part of. So MITRE for a long time has pushed this idea of threat-informed defense, right? So you can patch, you can do CVEs, you can do Patch Tuesday, you can do like secure configs. There's different sources of them in the DoD. We have a big source called STIGs. You can do all these things, but the question is why, right? And how do you prioritize, and how do you do things in what order? And if you have limited resources, how do you know what to do first? And so MITRE's perspective has been to leverage this threat-informed defense cycle where you start with this baseline of security, right? That's in defensive measures. But then you grow it by investing in cyber threat intelligence to really understand the adversary, specifically adversaries coming after like your industry vertical, right, or your geography. And it's easy. You can look it up on MITRE's attack website. We track groups, Mandiant tracks groups, CrowdStrike tracks groups. You can look at which APTs care about water utilities, right, power utilities, which ones are going after oil, which ones are going after commerce. It's easy to find, and you can start to build your own kind of understanding of which adversaries do I need to be worried about and prioritize from there. And so the next step, which a lot of people skip then, is, well, how do you validate it? How do you test it? How do you actually start testing yourself ahead of time, and that's what I mean by preseason training, and rehearsing and making sure that you're learning what the adversary does. Can you detect it? Can you defend against it? And if it does go through, what's the impact so that you can be prepared to mitigate that impact? So this overall is the threat-informed defense triangle. And today for you, I'm making up a brand new thing called the readiness pyramid. So I'm taking those three areas, defensive measures, and I'm saying that's like eating your vegetables. That's like you patched, right? Patch Tuesday comes out, you patch things, you don't use vendor default passwords, okay? You maybe do some network segmentation. You make sure that your admins aren't doing everything with their admin account. They have a user account and an admin account. Like, these are just basic hygiene things, right? You're eating your vegetables. Cyber threat intelligence, to stick with our basketball analogy, is like watching game tape, right? It's actually taking the time to understand, number one, who are you going to be playing against? I mean, how many people in here, like from a corporate perspective, do you have a tailored threat model? Have you taken that time? Like, are you just patching and you're, okay, cool, we got one. Like, I mean, because most people, man, they aren't. They're just patching. They're rolling it out when the vendors roll out patches. You might be using some subscription feed, right, to signatures, or maybe you're using a free feed for signatures. You know, there's things like Sigma rules. There's other analytics repos. There are paid for subscriptions from like ISACs, depending on your industry. But most people haven't taken the time to actually think about their threat model. And if you haven't, number one, like, how are you prioritizing boundary protections? How are you prioritizing detections? How are you prioritizing fixes or architectural changes? What are you basing that on? Well, you're basing it on guessing, right? Or worse, you're basing it on whatever your boss woke up and saw in the New York Times that morning, and then you spend the next 2 days Twitch-Xing over that thing that wasn't planned, that wasn't strategized. You're just literally putting out a fire. And so cyber threat intelligence is much like watching game tape. It's understanding who your adversaries are. It's watching their campaigns. It's reading about the tactics they use. It's looking at those signatures, and it's beginning to build proactively detections against them. And then at the end of that, you have to ask yourself, well, how do I know that any of that worked? Glad you asked. That's when you test yourself, right? And that is really, you know, that's a little picture of the Murray State Gym there, but the idea is it's a scrimmage, right? It's a scrimmage. So you've got attackers and you've got defenders, and you want the attackers to actually emulate not just anything, right? Not throwing the kitchen sink at you, but emulating your threat model. You want them to really start walking through the exact same kill chains that an adversary that you're worried about would walk through, and then your blue team is actively trying to defend and detect, right? And this should be collaborative. We're going to talk about that in a second. There's a lot of organizations where it's not collaborative, a lot of organizations where the defenders hate the attackers and vice versa. It could just be because no one wants to look bad. It can also be just personality-driven conflicts. But if you aren't doing this and you're not doing it collaboratively, you're losing, right? And you're losing money at whatever you are investing in because you're not going to get the bang for your buck. So very quickly, for these three main areas, defensive measures, I want to give you like the 5 kind of key things. MITRE defined these. This is published. It's out on that link that I popped on the previous slide. But for defensive measures, you've got foundational security, data collection. So are you getting logs? Are you getting endpoint data, boundary data, router data, web server data? We could go on, right? But are you getting the right data? Not necessarily all the data, but the right data, again, based on your threat model, right? Once you have the data, how are you doing at detection engineering? Are you doing it at all, right? Or are you just like hoping that Splunk or Elk or whatever you decide to buy, QRadar, you're just like letting it auto-detect and you're hoping it works. And then your analysts are triaging 3,000 events a day and they're missing the real ones, right? So how are you doing data collection? How are you doing detection engineering? Have you rehearsed your incident response? Do you even have one? Do you have a team that does IR? Do you have an IR plan? Do you practice the IR plan? I was part of an organization once where I was the red team hacking them. I won't say the name of the organization. They had an incident response plan. In fact, they had 4 incident response plans, each built by different organizations that thought they were responsible that never talked to each other. So in the course of us actually hacking their environment, everything went to heck. He said, she said, pointy, pointy, pointy fingers. And it's like, oh, well, I guess maybe you guys should have talked to each other. And I guess maybe you should have practiced this once or twice. Literally, we were the first red team they'd ever had, and they had no idea how to detect, respond, contain. Like, they had no idea what they do. So if that was a real world issue, problems. All right, and then the last one is kind of the like most mature out of defensive measures, but and you could do it if you get there, right? But there are a lot of organizations trying to get into running like honeypots, honeynets, deception measures, trying to actually attract the adversary into a segmented network so you can watch them, right? So then you're not just reading intel reports, but you're no kidding like watching real bad guys try to attack you in a kind of a safe environment. That's a little bit of a step above. There are organizations doing it for sure. But that's the 5 things that MITRE defined as kind of the core criteria for defensive measures. For cyber threat intelligence, this again gets back to understanding your adversary. So some of these, maybe when you read them, first blush, don't necessarily make sense. Depth of threat data, breadth of threat data, relevance of threat data. So the difference there is depth is, so for a given adversary, the term is TTP, right? Tactic, technique, and procedure, but it's how the bad guy does a thing. Let's say like how they do a phishing email or how they dump your password, right? There's probably 27 ways to do it, right? Depth of threat data basically gets after, are you detecting one way to do it? Or are you trying to detect all 27? Or have you done the research to realize that all 27 end up calling the same thing in the operating system and you've actually detected that thing? So now you only had to write one, but you detect all 27. That's depth of threat data, that you understand it to that level, right? Breadth of threat data is, okay, yeah, am I only tracking one thing the adversary is doing, or am I tracking like the whole life cycle of their campaign, how they do initial access, lateral movement, privilege escalation? What do they typically do? Are they a ransomware actor? And that's what we have to worry about. Or are they just here to do something else? Breadth of threat data, understanding the adversary. Relevance is my point about your threat model. Is the stuff that you're even reading relevant to your company? Are you just reading random articles about somebody that did a thing in China or somebody that did a thing in Russia or somebody that did a thing on a water utility in the middle of the US? That's mildly interesting, but not if you're not a water utility, right? What's interesting is which adversaries come after your industry, your vertical, your geography. And honestly, you don't have to do this on your own. For each one of these industries, I'm sure Michael can connect you, but I mean, there's an ISAC, which I've lost the name of the acronym at this point, Information Security, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah is the technical term if you were wondering. But yeah, so basically it's a sharing kind of organization. So like financial services will all be in it together and utilities will all be in it together. And I've even seen water separate from power, separate from oil. So basically it's companies kind of get together and they share with one another, like what they're really seeing, hacks they're really seeing, things that they saw in their network, and they're proactively sharing it together to essentially like level up as a community within an industry. So that's what I mean by kind of relevance, but also utilization of threat data. Are you just reading it, or are you putting it into place? Is that threat data flowing into your detections? And then how are you, actually to the point we just made, how are you disseminating it? If you learn a lot of good stuff, are you keeping it in a stovepipe, or are you spreading it around the organization, right? Mature organizations do all of these things and do them well. And then the one that I care about or have the most fun doing, my dad was a pastor. I'm still a licensed pastor. I like in test and evaluation. I mean, or people, like anyone go to church? It's not like a religious thing. I'm just kind of curious in the audience. All right. Okay. So the people who've gone to church, how many of you have been to, I mean, I grew up in the South, so in church, people were a little bit more like Jesus, like that, right? Okay. That's how I grew up. Okay. So for the people who grew up like that, have you been to a revival service? All right, cool. So what I feel like I get to do is like a revival preacher. I just come in and I'm like, you suck and you suck and you suck and sin, 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 do better, do better, do better. You need Jesus. And then on the way out, I high-five the pastor and I'm like, good luck, bro. And I'm out, right? I don't have to fix anything. And that's what I do for work now in computer security. These guys come in and they're like, man, it sucks to suck. I'm like a CISO. I have to deal with bureaucracy and policies and budget processes. And then I have to prioritize fixes. And I have to talk to the product owner and run it into their development life cycle. It's really hard. I'm like, that's cool, man. Like, what do you want me to do? Oh, you want me to hack the thing? Cool, I got it. We're going to hack it next week. We're going to put 3 engineers on it. 2 weeks. We're going to come back. We're going to tell you all the things broke with it. We'll even tell you how to fix it. Good luck. Call us, though, when you want to retest, and we'll do the retest for free. Like, that's just part, we actually want people to get better. So if you engage us, like, we're going to do our best to hack the heck out of it. And then when you think you fixed it, we'll do the retest to validate the fixes so that you know it's good before you push it out, right? But I really feel like the revival preacher, because I'm at the end, man, I'm like, here's the report. This sucked, this sucked, this sucked, this sucked. That's exactly what was wrong. Source code, screenshot, recommended fix, high five. See you later. Next week, we're hacking somebody else. It's awesome. I'm telling you, it's awesome. Maybe you don't want to do that. Consulting's a grind, but it's a lot of fun. And I am doing it with my feet in the pool already. So from a testing and evaluation perspective, the type of testing you're doing, the frequency that you're doing it, how you plan the test, how you execute the test, and what you do with test results, right? And this one specifically, wave at me because I forgot my phone on the table, Mike, if I run out of time. This is the one we're going to deep dive into really quickly, and how do you use testing as a security catalyst? All right, so for each of the things I just showed you, let me go back a couple. For each of these, beneath each of these 5 key kind of components, there are like maturity levels for each of them. So when we look at T&E, these are the 5 main components. This is an exploded view. The components are across the top, and for each of them, it's how mature are you in that component, right? So for type of testing, are you reactive and just compliance focused? You want a really cheap test? You just need somebody to say, here, you had a pen test, boom, 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 PCI compliance, done. Or do you really want a thorough proactive test that's oriented around your threats that is actually going to find flaws in your environment that are relevant, again, to your industry, to your business logic, to your value stream? That's the question. Are you doing it to the minimum or not at all? Or are you really focused, really proactive, really focused on threat, and are you doing it collaboratively in your organization to maximize value? Test frequency. Are you doing it never? Are you doing it once a year? A lot can change in a year. A lot can change in a year, especially if you're doing the like, mail it in, check the box, cheapest vendor possible. I had a pen test so I meet regulatory compliance, right? You have no idea. You have no idea what's going on now, let alone in a year. So are you doing it annually, semi-annually, monthly, or are you doing continuous testing? And continuous, right, can be defined different ways, but mature organizations are doing various types of testing on kind of overlapping frequencies. So they essentially are arriving at this continuous test mindset. It's part of their enterprise release, it's part of configuration management, it's part of software development and software release. So if you're not testing, you have no idea where you're at. I want you to soak that in. You don't have to call Praetorian, but if you're not testing, you have no idea where you're at. You're guessing. Or you have policies that say you have super complex password policies and users rotate them every 5 days and they never write them down, and real users are using the same password all the time, every time, and they are written down under their keyboard, right? So if you're not testing, you don't know. Test planning, again, is it ad hoc? Yep, oh crap, we need a thing, call a guy, good, that's fine. Or are you deliberately like planning it, scoping it? Are you driving it based on threat? Do you already have some sense of your gaps? Do you know what you need to have validated? And you're focusing those testers, again, to create value for you. And this isn't as relevant, I guess, to the students here, but as you get into this industry, like no matter what part of it you take, network engineering, software development, if you get into security, whatever, that is the context. Like, you got to create value. And so, like, if you're just the employee, you're like, man, I really want to go to DEF CON and Black Hat. Your boss is going to ask why. Why should I drop 10 grand for you to go to Vegas and go to some cool training? Well, if you can convey how it creates value, it's not a guaranteed discussion, but it's a much better discussion. But that's going to be true around any specialty that you're in the career field, right? Like, how are you adding to the business's value? Test execution, I actually am a big fan of right now. It's something we're focused on a lot. So what kind of tooling are you using? And this is kind of a weird thing where you get false logical fallacies. So if you're just using like boom, boom, downloaded a scanner, ran Nmap, done, and I've seen real companies we work with now that the previous vendor, that's what they did. Nmap, scan results, have a nice day. And I did that in college, right? And that company got paid to do that and called it a pen test. Embarrassing. But if you can take that test and hold it up for PCI compliance, more power to you. Certainly doesn't mean you're safe. And then as you move up the pyramid here, are you using like, some kind of tailored tooling? Is that tooling focused on just like signatures? So I'll give you an example without going too nerdy. There's a tool super in vogue, kind of still in vogue, but it's going out, called Mimikatz. Mimikatz was the way that you dump credentials from Windows for probably 10 years. Mimikatz, the way that it worked on the box, called a very specific thing in Windows, and also in memory, it always had this exact same string, right? So there were a lot of people that, to detect it, literally just looked at that spot in memory, and they looked for that exact set of characters, and like, boom, Mimikatz. And then Mimikatz went to version 2 and version 3 and version 4 that didn't do that anymore, and that detection broke. So that's what I mean here. Are you IOC focused on these fragile things that can change, a specific IP address, a specific hash, a specific string? Or are you getting kind of lower down the stack like we talked about? So are you testing a single way that the bad guy would do that thing? Or are you testing 8 ways that the bad guy can do that thing and really getting a sense of, do we really have this coverage? Does this detection really work? Can we trust it? And a good friend of mine now is at Humana. He's running this for them in their breach attack simulation program, but essentially what they're doing is like, constantly monitoring for like environment drift. So even once they have these high-quality detections that should fire all the time, they're testing them at least once a week. And if detections that should fire all the time suddenly don't, now you have what changed? What changed the environment? Who pushed a config change? Who changed the network? And that's kind of how you maintain that continuous testing, continuous visibility perspective. And then you have test results. What do you do with them, right? Do you throw them in the trash can? Do you get like a presentation to your boss and then you move on? Or like, are those results tracked? Those results drive changes, like you're actually prioritizing budget and fixes and architecture based on the results of the testing. And that's really where the rubber meets the road, to use this kind of testing knowledge as a catalyst for real progress and real innovation. If not, you are probably wasting your money, right? I've been part of tests, very expensive tests. I've tested tanks, I've tested missiles, I've tested satellites. And sometimes they fixed it, and in other cases, I went back and tested the same missile system 1 year, and the next year, and the next year, and the next year, and I found the exact same problems because they never fixed anything. You can do that. I certainly got paid. I would say America got little to zero value out of it, though. So if it's, your company, your budget, et cetera, whatever you're investing in, please make sure you're getting value out of it. So a couple of things here, in case you're not familiar. This I excerpted out of a Mandiant product, but this is not much different than the attack framework. So just the idea of how an adversary moves through a kill chain, you want to test the whole cycle, right? You can also do something called microemulations, where you're literally only testing like one specific thing over and over and over and over and over to make sure you can detect it. But you should be doing everything from like, how would the adversary do reconnaissance on you? How would they initially get in? How are they going to persist? Like, how do they get that hook in your environment? How are they escalating up to admin? And then how are they essentially moving through your network to whatever those keys to the kingdom are they want, whether that's intellectual property, whether that's financial data, whether that's social security numbers and other PPI. And that all comes back to your threat model. What's that adversary out for? And that should drive how you're testing. And then the last thing here is, this is from a guy named Olaf Hartung. This is a little bit dated at this point. He's still doing great things. He's out of the Netherlands. And this was the very first threat hunting app that was released for Splunk. Splunk now has one of their own that's in-house. But his whole point here is, as he released this, was to recognize, like, it's not just, did you find bad IP, bad IP, bad IP, bad IP, because those things changed all the time. It's to understand the adversary has to go through that kill chain. So then he started linking his detections to persistence, privilege escalation, right, credential access, defense evasion, things that you shouldn't see normally in an environment. And if you see those arrows up and down, that's a last check over the last 30 days. And so if you've got kind of a good baseline of your organization, and then suddenly you see 340 persistence behaviors, and normally you see 0, that's a signal, right? So he's trying to build something here that kept analysts from having to triage 4,000, 5,000 events a day, and helped you really focus in on patterns and anomalies that were focused around very specific adversary behaviors. So if you haven't taken a look at this, great research here. A lot of these analytics he's using come from the Sigma repository, totally open source. Sigma's its own language, but they've got a dynamic converter that you can suck it into Splunk, ELK, QRadar, whatever the case may be. So yeah, in closing, just a couple of gotchas. So good cybersecurity is still the foundation for everything I just talked about. If you don't have a basic plan, if you aren't patching, if you don't have licensed software that you keep up to date, if you don't have a basic firewall, right, some basic network security, we probably shouldn't even have the rest of this conversation, right? Like, you got to start somewhere, and that's where you start. Without that kind of a strong foundation and honestly leadership buy-in and a security supporting culture, the rest of your program is going to struggle. I want to re-drill in. I see a lot of companies, a lot of government agencies take the attack framework, and as soon as they have one detection for something a bad guy does, they flip that thing on it's a big like table. They just flip it green, and their goal is to get the whole thing green. And that's interesting, and it briefs well to management because green looks good, right? But one detection doesn't equal safe, right? One detection is certainly not the only way the adversary can do the thing. So you have to be careful of those kind of cognitive biases. And then the last one is, again, you're never getting risk to 0. So I talk with a lot of CISOs about this. And in general, some people are comfortable with risk management and acceptable risk. Other people want to be like, no, we need to be unhackable, which is impossible. So the idea and the gospel that you're going to preach in your organizations is that you're not getting the risk to 0, but what you are doing is you're constantly leveling up, right? Your detection guys are learning about the adversary, writing new detections. Your testing guys are testing them and validating them. As your testers start getting caught, they have to innovate and find new ways to do things. which then identifies gaps, and it's a cycle where your team is collaboratively working together to just constantly kind of up the game. So again, if you're not doing it that way, you're losing out on value. So that's my content today. I hope I was on time. I left my watch at home and don't have my phone. Thank you for the time. You can hit me at my Praetorian address. If you go to LinkedIn, my personal Gmail is out there too. I guess I should change that to X instead of Twitter. I'm old. And yeah, you can hit me on all three, but thanks. It was great to be here. Ask me questions all day.
We are right on time, but let me just, if there's one good question, only get one question. Of course, in the back of the room.
Hello, my name is Austin Collins. I'm graduating this semester in cybersecurity. My question for you is, whenever you're doing testing and evaluation of defensive measures, do you find yourself focusing on one aspect of that more than the other, or is it about the same to you?
No, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, every organization structures this differently too. Sometimes they're in the same team and sometimes they're in separate teams. The last places I've worked, actually, they were all three and totally separate, like verticals that had almost different VP reporting chains in the company, which is terrible. But from my perspective as a tester, right, even if you as a company don't have a threat model, like, and you don't know all the things you should know about who's going to attack you, I'm going to build that before I test you. So even we start with, what are the real adversary threats? Who targets that kind of a customer? I'm going to care a lot about, like, what exactly is your business function, right? Is it PII? Is it financial? Is it purchasing? Is it, maybe I've been involved in testing companies that are front-end authentication, and they provide authentication for 200 other companies behind them, right? So depending on what the focus area is, I'm going to really tailor what things I'm testing, why I'm testing it, what's really realistic from an adversary perspective, and then I'm going to be as adversary realistic as possible when I test you. So even as a tester, I think CTI is critical, like that understanding of adversary behaviors, and then I want to faithfully emulate that as best as possible so that you have a no-kidding good look at how would you, shape up against a real adversary. I've done a lot less with defense lately, but hopefully that answers your question. All right, I'm out.
Yep. And Forrest will be around for lunch, so if you do have another question for him, he certainly will be around. I knew that, I knew Forrest was getting old. He's not as old as me, but I know he's getting old. But there's been 3 presentations today that I've looked at a couple people, and we all thought, I wonder if half the people in here get that joke or get that reference. And I guess be like Mike, I'm okay. By far, I am Team Michael Jordan. He is certainly the greatest. But anyway, I also didn't realize that we were going to have so many references to vegetables. That was not on my bingo card. But we are going to talk about exercise and eat your vegetables. Now, as I mentioned, we reversed our last 2 presentations, or I guess our final 2 before lunch. Philip Ross and Colleen Glover are 2 resources in our state that if you don't know them, you need to know them before you leave today. If you're an organization, particularly if you deal with any government-related infrastructure areas, you've probably heard them, seen them, received an email from them, saw a post with their names referenced. Philip Ross is security analyst with the Kentucky Office of Homeland Security and the Kentucky Intelligence Fusion Center. Colleen Glover is with CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. He is the cybersecurity coordinator for Kentucky. They are a traveling roadshow of sorts. They do short presentations, long presentations, exercises, a lot of different things all across the state. And I value them greatly because their whole job is to make the organizations in our state safer. And that, to me, is quite an admirable effort that they have undertaken. So with that, I will turn it over to you all. Thank you all very much for making the trip. Left and right.
Left and right. All right. So good morning. I think I'm the last one before lunch or the last two before lunch. So we're going to take a lot of time here, and we're going to sit here and starve. It'll be great. So Philip will go after me. I'm going to cover a couple of things. But before I get distracted, I want to hit two things. I've sat through these presentations this morning, and they're awesome. And I'm glad I got to come here and do this. So one, there was a talk about frameworks. My background at certain points in my life, I was an assessor, I was an auditor, I was a FedRAMP auditor. I love frameworks. It gets me up in the morning. I've spent way too much time on them. That being said, they're difficult. If you've never looked at a framework, if you've never been in the NIST or the ISO world, reading those things makes your eyes bleed. Every time I read 171 or 53 or whatever, I learn something new, right? And then I go, did I understand that right? So we recommend, because with the government, we recommend the NIST cybersecurity framework if you're not in government spaces. That's what we recommend. It's hard, it's tough, it's a long battle, it's a long slog. If you're just getting started in cybersecurity, CISA came out with the cybersecurity performance goals year before last now, I think, and it's taken a lot of these controls and written them in plain language. And it's taken just those basic ones. I think CSF has about 125 practices or controls, depending on what you're looking at. 171 has 110, 53 has a lot, 27001 has a lot. The cybersecurity performance goals knocks that down to about 37. And they're written in plain language. It is not a full cybersecurity framework. It's just those baseline practices that you need to do. If you don't like governmentese and all that, go to the critical security controls. They've been around for a long time. Center for Internet Security. What they've done with the critical security controls is now there's implementation groups 1 through 3. So again, if you're just getting started, you can just do those IG1 controls. And then as you advance, you go to 2, and then as you get more mature, you go to 3. CIS, Center for Internet Security, recently put out a cost sheet for implementation group 1. So depending on your organizational size, it'll tell you what you can expect to spend on these various controls. Really, really good resource. At the end of the day, pick something. Get started on something. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good enough. Just try. There is no zero risk. We can't get risk all the way down, but we can't just go, we don't know what to do, we don't know where to get started. Get started somewhere. All right, the second thing I wanted to hit on, and I had to step out for a second, so I may have missed, and I apologize, is a shout out for MITRE. I love what MITRE does. If you get bored and you're into pen testing, you don't know where to get started, they've got some great resources. They've got their new breach and attack simulation services out there. They've got a free tool called Caldera, which helps you do breach and attack simulation. You can get on there, and they've got threat profiles for many of the APTs and other groups out there. So you can go, this APT attacks water. All right, so how do we emulate that within our environment, and then can we detect it? No-cost tools. I think they moved the training behind a paywall now, but you can learn a lot of this stuff on YouTube. It's out there. Again, it's a lot of fun to try. It's a good time. But talking about exercising and eating your vegetables, right, it's not going to get you everywhere, but we still got to do it. So let's see if this thing works. All right, Philip's here. He's sitting in the front. He's going to talk in a couple minutes. Philip is the best guy in the state. Without Philip, we would all be up a river. Philip's awesome. We're glad he's here. We're glad he's here. I work for CISA. Hopefully everybody's heard of CISA at this point. Good? Okay. We're still a young federal agency. We've been around for about 5 years. We're trying. We do a lot of cool things. If anybody's looking to move into cybersecurity, if anybody's in cybersecurity and willing to move from Kentucky, we are hiring. And just keep that in mind. All right. So we're going to talk about tabletop exercises in general. First, I'm going to talk about incident response plans. Who has an incident response plan? A couple of folks. Some folks may not need an incident response plan. They're still students. If you're an organization and you don't have an incident response plan, it's a bad idea, right? These are absolutely, absolutely critical. I bring this up when I talk about tabletops. I go to a lot of organizations across the state. Many folks don't have incident response plans. I used to do this at the national level. A lot of folks don't have incident response plans. They are absolutely critical. Without them, you don't know what you're doing. So these are all good information to have. This is all from NIST. You should have a formal, focused, and coordinated approach to responding to incidents, including an incident response plan that provides the roadmap for implementing the incident response capability. Each organization needs a plan that meets its requirements, which relates to the organization's mission, size, structure, and features. If you fall under DoD stuff, you got to have an incident. If you fall incident response plan, if you fall under all kinds of things, you have to have an incident response plan. Again, absolutely critical. There are plenty of templates. There's plenty of guides. The information's out there. Most people in IT and cybersecurity, the first thing that falls off are documentation. You guys are so busy keeping the lights on, doing all the things, you don't have time to write stuff down. The issue I find often is people put this in their head. They've got it memorized. They know what they're going to do. It's in their head. Incidents happen on your worst day. It's not going to be everybody's in the office. They know what to do. It's going to happen when you're out of the office. We had a big ransomware incident last year, I think. The individual who was responsible for leading the incident response was on vacation in Alaska. He was outside of cell phone coverage. Nobody else on his team he had an incident response plan. Nobody else on the team had been trained on it. So they're just scurrying about, trying to put out the fire. They're mucking things up. They really screwed up the forensic side of it because they were just trying to do stuff, right? They did not have that incident response plan, and the guy responsible for it is on vacation. That's when incidents happen. We call it Forensics Friday. It happens before a long weekend. We get calls about 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon. There's a skeleton crew, and nobody knows how to operate. So having that plan beforehand is absolutely critical. This is from this came out last year from one of the RSA conferences. Organizations that lack adequate incident and crisis preparation spend 9 days longer and $600 grand more on average finding, stopping, and recovering from a breach. These aren't my numbers. This is not a government survey. This comes from industry. This is what they found. So you're looking at more than $500,000 more and 9 days longer responding. Ransoms aren't that much. It goes up. It depends on the organization. City of Atlanta got hit. Their ransom was $70,000, which for a city the size of Atlanta is pocket change. They've spent $42 million since then recovering. It's not the cost of the ransom that gets most people. It's the downtime. It's the recovery time. It's all of that stuff. So just don't get focused on that ransom payment. When you're developing an incident response plan, NIST has a great guide, National Institute of Standards and Technology. There's other stuff out there, but we all default to NIST. Take a look at it. It's very, very excellent, and these are kind of the process of doing incident response. If you need a template for a plan, if you don't have a plan, we have templates. We have all the templates in the world. Here's a couple on there. Everybody's coming out with templates all the time. Just grab one and use it. Some of these templates, you can literally do Control F and put your name on there. Update the contact list and it's good, but then you have to practice it. What's an exercise? A tabletop exercise, it can be kind of boring, and we're going to talk about how to make it more exciting in a bit. But really it's a discussion. It's sitting down, you take a scenario, you walk through that scenario, and how your organization would respond to that scenario. That's really what that tabletop is. When you do a tabletop, look at your third-party vendors. Look at your third-party responders. We had an organization get hit with ransomware. It took them a day and a half to get hold of their insurance agent. Then it took another day to get that incident response team, right? They didn't know who to call. Their insurance agent's probably on vacation somewhere, and that was their primary point of contact. So it took that day and a half just to get hold of somebody. Invite these folks to your tabletops. If you work with an outside IT vendor, bring them in. If you are in a utility or you're dependent on a utility, bring them into your tabletops. These are all critical steps because we want to speed up that process of responding to the incident. So the benefits, a lot of it's identifying the areas that need work. I do tabletops all the time. We start talking about backups, and we have senior leadership in the room, and the IT guy says, we have backups. It's going to take 3 or 4 days, yada, yada, yada. And that business leader or organizational leader is going, it's going to take that long? Yeah, because we don't have very good stuff. It helps make that decision easier for that leader to invest more in that backup strategy, for instance, things like that. Validate the areas that do work. Training, if you have an IR plan It's been sitting on your computer or sitting in a drawer for the past 5 years. Nobody's ever looked at it. Looking at it the day you have an incident is too late. Nobody's not going to be able to do it. It slows down that response time. Increase your resilience, look at flexibility, and then educate up and down. Really, a lot of what we focus on is decisional level tabletops. It's educating leadership at an organization, how to respond, how to react, all those good things. Keys to developing, if you want to do tabletops, and I hope that you do, don't reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of cool stuff out there. I've heard it mentioned, you can get ChatGPT to write you a scenario. That's fine, whatever route you want to go. But we have plenty of stuff out there. My agency, CISA, we have 24 cybersecurity incident response scenarios on our website. They're in Word document. You can download it. We have all the supporting documentation there. If you've never done one, we've got a facilitator's guide. You can go and read that facilitator's guide, and it will teach you how to run your own internal tabletop. It's that simple. We have about 80 physical security incident response scenarios out there, and then I think 2 or 3 convergent, physical and cyber scenarios out there. Identify the goals of who you want involved in your tabletop, decision makers, IT staff, all that good stuff, responders. Again, should important external providers participate? They should. And then the questions drive the focus. These scenarios, they're just scenarios, right? You're going to get hit with ransomware. That's a scenario. It's those questions in that tabletop discussion that are so critical. And it really drives how you do that tabletop. Are you going to look at decision making, right? Or do you pay the ransom? As an IT or cybersecurity person, it should not be on you to determine whether you pay the ransom. That's a business decision, right? So those really drive your tabletop discussions. And then test your phases. So I hit all this, right? Again, helpful documents and guides really make this so much easier. There's a slide deck, right? We actually provide the slide deck you can copy and paste everything into. That's pretty nice. The handbook, invitation letter templates, participant feedback template, it's all there. There's really no reason you can't do it. We make it as simple as possible. You download our stuff. I facilitate tabletops. We have a national exercise team that facilitates tabletops. We try to make this easy because we want folks to do it. And if you didn't know, everything that we do is at absolutely no cost. It's taxpayer funded. So it's not that we're going to say, hey, you $10,000. We just want you to do them. Now, are we going to be able to do it every year for you? There's 2 of us in the state, right? So maybe you do go to a third party, but we want to help you get there. Templates and resources, lots of them. All right. So gamification, I'm going to hit one more slide. Is that right, Philip? I don't know. All right. There has been a movement towards gamification. I do a lot of tabletops. We bring a lot of people. We sit them in a room like this. After about the first hour or so of a 4-hour exercise, my eyes start to bleed. I'm like, are we really doing this? So there's a real concept behind gamifying all of this, making it more exciting, make it more fun, right? Instead of just sitting around and talking about stuff, how can we actually be more engaging? This is not stuff I've done. I use free resources just like everybody else. COT does a bunch of quiz questions. The Commonwealth Office of Technology from the state, they have a drawing for a prize. But I want to talk about backdoors and breaches. All right, what do you think about backdoors and breaches, sir?
It's awesome.
It's awesome?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a card game, basically. Well, I mean, I know we use it for training scenarios and gamification. So.
Yeah, so backdoors and breaches. So number one, I endorse no company in any form or fashion. Don't say that I did. I don't. It's on tape. I don't endorse anything. So Black Hills and Breaches is made by Backdoors and Breaches is made by a company called Black Hills InfoSec. You can order cards if you want, but it's also available to play online for free. That's the reason I talk about it. It's for free online. So Backdoors and Breaches has been around for a number of years. If you are interested in learning about it, I'm happy to do it with you, but you can go on YouTube, you can go on their site, and they walk through how to play the game. So you're presented with something like this. This is from their free site. It's playbackdoorsandbreaches.com or something like that. And what's super neat about it is it's a technical tabletop. It's not a decision making. If you invite your CEO, unless you work for an IT company, if you invite your CEO in here to play it, their eyes are just going to go cross-eyed and they're not going to be interested because it gets very, very technical very, very quickly. So at the top of it, and you can see the cards on the bottom right, are attack cards. It's how they get into a network, how they pivot and escalate, how they exfiltrate data, all of those good things. And these are fairly technical ones, pretty interesting. And then you as the player, you get 10 procedure cards. And these are procedure cards, these are defense techniques or defense tools, right? You know, you get notified, so you have an incident master, that's like a dungeon master if you're into Dungeons and Dragons. They come up with the scenario, and they tell you that, and then you as a defender say, hey, how do we detect this, or how do, whatever we may do. The key parts of it from a tabletop perspective is when you select whatever defensive measure you're going to take, like review firewall logs, why would you pick that? And that's absolutely key, is why would you pick that specific tool or technique to detect this activity? Then the next step is you roll a dice. And if you have a successful dice roll, then you may or may not get that attack card flipped over, which is awesome, and you feel good about it. If that dice roll fails, you have to explain why that would have failed within your environment, right? Picking on firewall logs, oh, we didn't have firewall logs turning on, or corporation would only pay for 7 days of firewall log storage, and this attack happened 30 days ago. Things like that. So it's very, very invigorating. What I like about it is every time I've played it, is people get engaged. People want to win. And so they get really engaged in the game and want to see how they do. From a experience and learning about what you do and don't do right, is those findings. When that roll of the dice fails, you have to explain why that technique would have failed in your environment. It could be, you know, go to the sim, and the finding is you don't have a sim, so that makes it pretty difficult to do, but that goes in your report. These games can be played, you know, they can go very, very long, but generally you can play a couple, 3 games in an hour. You can sit down and do it. From a college or learning perspective, is a lot of these techniques you may not be familiar with. There are some very, very technical techniques. It gives you an opportunity to learn about it. You can I think there's a Discord where you can go and play this real time with other folks. There's all kinds of stuff out there to support this. So we've done it. I've done it with some of the folks in this room. It's a good time. It makes it much more fun. Again, it's really not a decision-making one. Bringing in leadership, their eyes are going to go cross-eyed. But if you're responsible for IT security or cybersecurity, this is a great way to get started and really just talk through some of these incidents before they happen. And that's really the goal of tabletops, is just like doing fire drills. I grew up in Oklahoma. We did tornado drills. Waiting until we had a tornado to figure out what we're going to do, it's too late. Going through these games and these tabletops allows you to practice responding to an incident before you actively have one. So Philip, I'm going to turn it over to you, sir.
Well, hello. I'd like to know who I'm talking to, so just a quick poll of the room so I know what's going on. How many people in here are students? Okay. How many are professors? How many are IT professionals here for some extra stuff today? Awesome. Anybody think this was a Social Security conference and they're just sticking around because of the food? I ask because that happens. Okay, yeah. Everybody aware that like the sun's out and it's like a nice day and we're in here talking about computer stuff? Okay. I'm not here to tell anybody how to live their life, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much for showing up for this. We really appreciate it. I also like to thank fine folks at Murray and Michael specifically for letting me get outside of my windowless room because this is a real treat for me. All right. We already kind of touched on what COT does. We do some quizzes and daily, monthly stuff during the cybersecurity week. So they send out quiz questions, you answer them, send them back. I submit them all back as phishing emails just because I'm that guy. So I never win, but you know, whatever. Cyber ranges, this is for K through 12, so it doesn't really apply for college students, but most of you went to high school to wind up here. So if you have relationships there, reach back out to your high school. If they have any kind of IT programs or computer science classes, make them aware of resources like this. Help them put on a cyber range for the students. Get people doing hands-on stuff. How many people in here are married? Okay, how many people in here have taken college courses? Okay, how many of you love being lectured? Yeah, right? So gamification, that's why we're talking about this today. You'd rather do things than hear about things, right? And so I tell you that by talking to you and lecturing you. So I haven't figured that one out yet. But anyway, ranges are a really good resource, especially if they're free, so make sure you take advantage of those. Cyber Defenders, in the same vein, same kind of deal, cyber ranges. I believe CISA can help you stand up a cyber range at no cost if you're interested in that for your organization, or if you want to try to do a big regional one here, we can help facilitate that sort of thing. All right, so I put together a Cyber Jeopardy thing. By put together, I mean I copied the code from somebody else and repurposed it. So you can download this for free if you want to do your own Cyber Jeopardy game at your organization or for work or whatever. You just take this code. It's all in HTML. I didn't separate the files out, so you can just copy paste it over into your IDE, change the questions and the values. I didn't go so far as to make it like a double Jeopardy question and all that kind of stuff, but it does work and it sums the scores up for you and all that kind of stuff. It works pretty well. So feel free to steal that if you're interested in that one. I also made Cyber Bingo, so you can, again, download this if you want. It randomizes the order of all the tiles for everybody, so all they have to do is open it and it'll randomize all that stuff for them. So you can send them either a link to this, or you can copy the code, change it however you want to do it. I think most of this stuff is based off of available resources, like state and federal resources, but obviously change it to be whatever you like. This is CSS Battle. Has anybody used this yet? Am I the biggest nerd in here? Okay. CSS Battle is pretty cool. So it could be like you versus the computer, or it can be person versus person. It gives you a shape, and you have to try to figure out how to create that. So you have to have some sort of knowledge of HTML and CSS. Obviously, you could run a tournament on this, a bracket, something like that. You do have to have some knowledge, like probably go through one class on it. Or just be like a nerd like me and build this stuff in your spare time because you don't have friends and you hate sunshine. But I think it's pretty cool. I've done it with some of my interns. I'm not going to tell you my win record, but it's rather unimpressive. Some pretty sharp interns through the office. Let's see here. If you're looking at building your own cards or making your own cards, I recently did this. Of course, everything starts in Excel. You know, on the seventh day, the Lord made Excel. So I went through and put everything in Excel, and then I put it in PowerPoint, because obviously PowerPoint is how I spend the second most of my time. And it's like, I don't know, they have to do everything individually, and then I found Dexterous. So you import your spreadsheet of cards into Dexterous, and it will create a card deck for you. All you have to do is map it to the images that you want. It doesn't even cost anything. You can export this, you can send them out as JPEGs, you can export them as PDFs, you can just go ahead and print them out, whatever you want to do. And again, it doesn't cost anything. So if you want to make cards, if you just want to take a regular 52 card deck, change it over to Cyber just for familiarization, super quick in this, super easy to do if you want to make custom cards. Here's a game that I made. Again, this isn't a plug, I'm not selling it. I get paid by your state taxes, so I mean, I can't sell anything. Everything I do is free. But these are the cards that I made using Dexterous. An example is some red team stuff. The one that I made is kind of like a precursor to Backdoors and Breaches. Like, you don't have to know anything about cybersecurity or IT to play my game to start off. If you can match two numbers, and if you roll a dice, if it's bigger than the number on your card, that's all you need to know. So somebody that's like highly skilled in IT and cyber can play with somebody that doesn't know anything about it, and you're both going to have, ideally in a perfect world, the same amount of fun. And it's random enough that the other person has a chance, and it's kind of not random enough that the skilled person feels like their decisions matter. So anyway, here's what it looks like on PlayingCards.io. So you make your deck in Dexterous, you import it into PlayingCards.io, which is also free, and you can play online with each other. This is how Backdoors and Breaches is played online as well. It's through PlayingCards.io. So all these services are free if you're a creative person, you like making this stuff. Or if you're a professor, have the free labor, have the students make the cards. They can make their own cards for their deck, have them play the game at the end of the semester, make it super competitive. It'd be a lot of fun. Everybody will like you. You'll make tons of friends, get an awesome promotion. Who knows what could happen. Anyway, that's it. It's super quick, right? So I'm going to open it up for questions, and this is a little something I like to call cats with jobs. These are generated by AI. So it's really all about figuring out how to engage people. Like, tabletop exercises are pretty cool. You need to have some sort of like basic knowledge to kind of participate in that. So if you can find ways to teach people the main principles, And typically we learn through repetition, right? So that's why I'm in favor of like card games and putting them on cards. Because if you play that game over and over, you're just going to start to pick things up. How are we doing on time?
You got about 10 minutes, so you're good.
Okay. So, questions? We'll make them available. There's nothing secret on here. No classified stuff.
I will share that, and I'll send that as a follow-up email to everybody.
Yeah.
The slides that, I haven't asked all the speakers, but I'll send it up to the speakers to make sure that it's okay. Questions?
No questions?
No, I know there's questions.
Okay. If you're super shy, I'll hang out during lunch, and then I'll drive 4 hours back to Eastern Kentucky to my windowless office. But yeah, I mean, I'm big and scary, but I'm pretty friendly most of the time. If you have questions, I'll try to answer them.
If you all take nothing else away from this presentation, take a picture of those email addresses. The two of them, and you might get inundated with emails, so I apologize, but they are a great resource to have. For a variety of reasons, make sure that you know that your business, your organization are going to be much safer because of them. And not that they're the end-all be-all for security, but they know where to find everything that you might need. And so they're great resources to know.
I guess that's it.
Oh, wait.
Oh, question? Okay.
Just took them a minute to think of it.
More a statement than a question, so I apologize.
I'll take it.
But thank you for the cool cards. If anyone was interested in physical cards, there's a print-on-demand card company called Drive-Thru Cards. So you could also get physical copies of the cards. It would cost, you presented everything as free.
Yeah.
Just something to share.
That's pretty cool. Oh, we got another one. Quit trying to make me leave. We have another question. We got one more. Center of the room. I promise I'll go away and you can eat after this. I promise.
Okay, so I'm not a cybersecurity guy, I'm just an engineer, pretending to be an IT guy. So, love the cards. Do they come in other genres too, like tech and other training stuff? But that's a fun thing for multiple things, not just cybersecurity. Can you give other categories?
I'm not aware of any, but I mean, I'll help you make some. If it don't exist, that's in the vein of my job. I think the taxpayers wouldn't be too upset if I made something like that. What else am I going to do?
So like on the matter of hiring for your agency, is there like specific set of requirements for certificates you would prefer in the job application? And also, do we have to play the card games again? Because I'm not good at this.
Okay. So I'm really not the best person to talk about for qualifications because I would say I am woefully and almost unbelievably underqualified for my job. I was an intelligence analyst for like 12 years, and then this cyber job came open. I went in for an interview, and they're like, "But are you a cyber guy?" I was like, "I don't know. I can write some HTML code. It sounds like you're a cyber guy. Let's hire you and see how this works out." And so I spent like the next 2 years panicking and trying to figure out how to do my job. And then I never learned how to do my job. I just stopped panicking. So I'm probably not the person to ask for qualifications. But I would say typical security certificates, like the CompTIA stuff, SANS type stuff if you're rich and you can afford those trainings. Really shockingly, I would say one of the biggest things that IT people lack, and no offense if you're an IT person, is soft skills. Soft skills are a lot harder to build than hard skills, ironically. So if you're a people person and you have just like moderate IT skills, you'll be doing okay, because most of these jobs, especially like state level jobs and some federal jobs, it's human interaction. So you have to have the knowledge, but you really have to be able to go out and talk to folks. So that would be my pointer on qualifications, is just develop your soft skills along with your IT skills. And just do what you like to do. Like if you have a niche that you're particularly interested in, pursue that, add soft skills to it, somebody will pick you up eventually.
Okay, we got another one.
So, hi, I was just wondering, you were talking about the cards, and we were thinking about, hopefully thinking about using some of those cards for, our classes. I know it was talking about a lot of advanced level things. Do you know if there are any, kind of, not as, more experienced for the, maybe new to the technology field and the IT field, cards like those?
The deck I made is pretty entry level. The idea with the deck that I made is to kind of get you up to the level where you could play backdoors and breaches. Like, it assumes no prior knowledge. And mine is mostly just matching numbers and rolling dice. So you just kind of play the game and you slowly absorb it. You play the game for a while and then you'll start to pick things up. I tried to make them pretty funny too. I'm going to put QR codes on them where each card is linked to like a video where you can go watch the video to learn a little bit more, or you can just match numbers and roll dice and hang out with your friends. Just whatever you want to get out of it. Like, it's scalable.
Do you guys hire internationals?
I don't see why not. There's nobody. We're a very small shop. Like, it's very deceptive. Like, Kentucky Office of Homeland Security, that must be 100 people. There's like 6 of us. And because of COVID, it's mostly remote. So not a lot of turnover. It's hard to find remote jobs now. We currently don't have anyone, but that doesn't mean that we wouldn't hire someone.
All right, well, thank you all very much. We really appreciate your time today.
Absolutely.
All right, so we have a couple of minutes before lunch, so we're going to take a break. I will come back up here and share when it is time for lunch. And what we will do is we'll start our line coming through not even the doors you're walking out right now, but the other doors. We'll go through the lines and then we'll come up here and find a seat. But I'll come back up here probably in about 5 or 10 minutes and let you all know when it's time, so you can take a minute, restroom break, and there's going to be plenty of seats, but we're going to have to take all the seats. So time to get connected.
Is that okay, Michael?
I don't know, let me look.
It's bent.
Yeah, it is. It's.
Some feet are bent.
No, they got it. So here's the thing. What I think is to slide it over so it's. If you pull, does it move pretty easy? So push my, that banner down just a little bit. That's reasonably centered.
Yeah, I immediately perked up from backwards reaches. Yeah, we use that plus the regular sounds. Like every 3 or so months. I went here like last year. Yeah. He likes the matches.
All right. If I can have everybody's attention, this is the moment y'all been waiting for all day. I believe that lunch is ready. Again, go out this door and in the other side, and we'll make the line on that side. That way the line goes out that direction. But as you're ready and willing and ready to eat, there are buffet lines. There are actually 2 food lines, and you can go on either side of both tables. So there's really 4 lines, so it should move pretty quickly. So feel free to go ahead and grab your food and come back and maybe find the same seat. It may not be where you're sitting right now, but there should be a seat available for you. I know everybody's still eating, and just want to say, we're going to get started in about 2 minutes. Keep eating. You don't have to be finished in 2 minutes, but I just want to let you know we're going to get started in about 2 minutes. If you need a refill or dessert, whatever it is, you got about 2 minutes to grab it, and then we'll get going. All right. Well, while you're finishing up, and please feel free to grab more food if you're doing it, I want to go ahead and get started. So we've always had our Security Matters Conference connected with our awards luncheons. And when we started the awards luncheon 15 years ago, we called it the Patterns of Distinction Awards Luncheon. The reason we called that is it was actually a call out to a book that was published by the gentleman sitting over in the corner, John Williams, the founder of CSI, talking about the founding of CSI in Paducah, its history, and kind of its evolution. What was that, 40 years, I think it was at that time when that book came out, that they had been in existence, and now it's well over 50 years. But we use that because we are a program of distinction, and we wanted to call that out. So that's why it's in your program that way, and that's why we've always called that. Before I introduce Dr. Jackson to come up, I wanted to again say thank you, Kaseya. See if Jason is in here. He had to step out for a call. I don't know if he was back. I don't see him. Kaseya's Chief Information Security Officer is up from Miami today, so if you see him, definitely tell him hi. DevSource, System Solutions, and the West Kentucky Gear Up program, which I didn't say this earlier, but the Gear Up program is part of the West Kentucky Education Co-op and their program to help grow the technology sector. Those are our sponsors. This was a good lunch, and if not for our sponsors, we would not be able to provide this to you for free. And we want to make sure that we do that. So one of the things that I would ask of you to do is, particularly for those businesses that work with those entities that I mentioned, if you're talking with your sales rep, if you're talking with the folks that are connected to those companies, tell them thank you. Tell them thank you for sponsoring this, for sharing their time with us, so that that continues to happen. And lastly, and maybe most importantly, is that every year Security Matters, every year of our awards luncheon, and every year the IT Matters in the fall occurs, CFSB has been our co-host. So let me just say a round of applause for all of our sponsors and our co-hosts. This year is an extra special luncheon, and I don't want to steal his thunder. If you don't know why that is, I don't want to scoop Dr. Jackson. That's not good for my career. But it is extra special. And thinking about who is our Nathan B. Stubblefield lecturer, this is our Distinguished Lecturer Series. Our luncheon speaker is our Nathan B. Stubblefield recipient, and award recipient. I'll explain what that is. But actually, Dr. Jackson's going to do a pretty good job explaining that to you as well. But thinking who should be our speaker this year, there's a lot that's happened over the last year that he'll allude to, but there's a lot that's happened over the last 25 years that he was part of way back when as well, in his days in the state Senate. And I thought there's nobody that's better, more fitting to share what's going on in cybersecurity in our state right now, particularly from a legislative funding legacy impact than Dr. Jackson. So we asked Dr. Jackson. He was gracious to say yes. He's got other things going on today. If you're a faculty staff member here, you know what else is going on today. But this was important enough that he wanted to take the time to come and share with us. So Dr. Jackson, I will let you take it over. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you all very much. It's great to see everyone, and it's an honor to be the Nathan B. Stubblefield Lecturer. And if you don't know who Nathan B. Stubblefield is, I'm going to tell you very briefly in just a moment. But I want to recognize a few folks that are with us today as well. Michael touched on this just a moment ago. Dr. Ramage touched on this a moment ago as well. So this program, which is approaching 25 years old, has had a lot of supporters, and a lot of friends, and a lot of folks who've really made a difference in this program and Murray State University over many years. There's a National Board of Advisors. I hope I got that term right, Dr. Ramage. And many of you, and you know who you are. Thank you for all that you do. Many of you have been a part of this program since day one as well. I could go around the room and point a whole lot of people out, and I would leave many out if I did that. But there's two or three people I want to recognize. First, I haven't seen them in a while. Secondly, they mean a lot to Murray State. They mean a lot to this program, and they mean a lot to me personally. Mr. John Williams, the founder of CSI, is here with us today. And John, I'm really glad you're here, and thank you for your friendship to this university and to me personally. And if you work with CSI or you know who CSI is, as an national company that he built from the ground up. And let's thank him for all that he's done. Mr. Williams was part of the first advisory council for this particular program. Another individual who I haven't seen, who's very important to this program, the history of this program, who I haven't seen since he retired several years ago. We're not sure where he's been hiding, but Dr. Gant is here. Many of you know Dr. Gant well, and he means a whole lot to this university and this program in particular. Dr. Gant, it's good to see you as well. Give him a round of applause. So the rest, everyone else in here, and again, I could go around and thank a whole lot of people, and it would take the next hour, and I want to finish in about 15 minutes or less. Alumni, our sponsors, again, our Board of Advisors, Dr. Ramage, his faculty and staff, and all of our students that we have here with us today. Thank you for all that you do each and every day to make this program of distinction what it is and to add your touch to making this one of the finest programs at the undergraduate and graduate level in this country. And let's give all of you applause, and Dr. Ramage, especially you, and thank you. Before I go through the presentation, there's three special guests that I really want to recognize and I want to thank as well. These are friends to Murray State University. They're friends to us personally. Jordan Smith and I, Jordan is our Executive Director of Governmental Relations. He and I visit with them often, and all three of them have one arm that's longer than the other one because we twist on them constantly. But I really want to thank today, and you'll see in a moment, I'm going to thank them again a few slides from now, but Senator Jason Howell from Murray, who supports this institution in many ways. You'll see Senator Howell's support in just a moment. Jason, we appreciate you and all that you do for Murray State. Senator Mike Nemes. Mike is from Bullitt County, Shepherdsville, and another great supporter and ally of this institution. So we bring in legislators from all over the state when we need them, and Mike has been a great friend to this program and to us personally, and we appreciate you. And let's give him a round of applause for being here. He wanted to send his grandson, Dallas, to the best cybersecurity educational program in this country. And Dallas is here too. And he's a student in this program. And Dallas, we're glad you're here, and we're glad you're doing well. And it's good to have someone from Bullitt County here with us as well. Representative Mary Beth Imes is with us. Representative Imes is from Murray, as most of you will know. She's in the State House, and we don't have a more ardent supporter than Representative Imes. And she is key on a number of pieces of legislation this past session. And again, you'll see exactly some of that in just a moment. And we appreciate you, Mary Beth, and all that you do for Murray State University as well. Okay, my presentation. I'm going to run through some of this very quickly. I'm going to talk briefly about Nathan B. Stubblefield and why this lecture is named that, and who he is, and why he was, and all that. I'm going to talk a little bit about Murray State. How many students, alum, faculty, staff? Is it probably most of the room. So if you don't know, I'll give you a little bit of update of what's going on at the university, and then also what's going on, what went on in the legislative session, which is now over. So who knows anything about Nathan Beverly Stubblefield? Probably not a whole lot, because some of you have written books, some of you have written papers, but Nathan B. Stubblefield, and I think it's appropriate and fitting that this particular program, our program of distinction, is at Murray State University, also the home of Nathan B. Stubblefield. So Nathan B. Stubblefield, before we talked about technology and wireless technology and radio and telecommunications in any sense of the word, he was working on it. And he's working on it right here in Murray, Kentucky. And he was a farmer. He was self-educated. He was an inventor. He was eccentric. He was a unique individual. He predated this institution by about 20 years with his work. In 1902, he was recognized internationally. He went to Washington, D.C. Dr. Gann, if I get anything wrong, please don't correct me. He went to Washington, he went all over the country, the eastern part of the country primarily, and all over this region, but he went to Washington, D.C., and he had the first communication from shore to ship, wireless. And that was 1902, before people even talked about wireless technology. The Washington papers, and really papers all over the East Coast, touted that and recognized him from right here in Murray, Kentucky, as the first wireless transmission, wireless broadcast in this country. He held numerous patents. He's the father of radio and wireless communications. No matter what else you may read about Marconi or anyone else, it was Mr. Stubblefield from right here. So and there's some great books written about his work, and you may want to read them. You may want to do some research in regard to this gentleman. Again, I think it's fitting that this program is here. It's our program of distinction, and also our roots mesh into Nathan Stubblefield, and hence this lecture today. And that's as far as I'm going on him. I'll let you do the rest of the research. But Dr. Bob Lochte, some of you will remember, I think he was the author of the primary biography of Mr. Stubblefield, which is a wonderful book. Mr. Stubblefield died penniless. He was a hermit, and that's how the story ended. But a very unique individual. He was our resident genius and in this region and community, and a great story. So Michael alluded to this, Dr. Ramage alluded to this as well. So he actually insinuated how old I really am. So in 1997, I was a young man, and I had the opportunity to serve in the state senate like Senator Howe, and it's a true honor, and Senator Nemus and Representative Imes in the legislature. It's a true honor. So one of the things we had the opportunity to work on was higher education reform. So I landed there in 1997, a young freshman senator, and I didn't know what I didn't know, and wanted to make a difference in a lot of things. Governor Paul Patton was the governor at that time, did a fantastic job, but he carried through and made sure it passed higher education reform. One of the most significant pieces of legislation to impact higher education probably in the last 100 years, and made a difference at this university in particular, and really all universities across the Commonwealth, public universities. So he wanted every university to have a program of distinction, a program that they could recognize and tout nationally and internationally as a high-quality program where you can draw students in from anywhere in this country and anywhere in the world, but something that your university can be recognized by. Now, Murray State University is recognized for a number of wonderful programs, and they're recognized nationally, they're recognized internationally for that matter. But our program of distinction, a program we're extremely proud of, is Telecommunication Systems Management. In 1997 through a few years ago, I had the opportunity to help change the name with Dr. Ramage and his faculty. They came up with the title. I just wanted to push a different name through, is Cybersecurity Network Management. In 1997, really no one talked about cybersecurity. I'm not even sure that was a word that was used in any of the discussions that I recall. But TSM, or Telecommunication Systems Management, was. And we were the only university to have a high-tech, a very technically focused program that we advanced as our program of distinction. And as everyone in here knows, whether it's the undergraduate level or the graduate level, we're recognized nationally. We have folks working all over the world with degrees from right here at Murray State in this particular program. The program continues to grow, and I'm going to touch on that briefly in just a moment. It continues to do well, and we had a lot of help in this past legislative session how we're even going to grow it, enhance it even further. So our Cyber Education Research Center, statewide and national collaboration, more of that will occur. We have actually had a number of conversations with other universities, including the University of Louisville recently, in regard to how we build out this program and programs like it across the Commonwealth, and maybe even this broader multi-state region as well. As I pointed out earlier, we have many of you all work for international global companies that are doing great things in this space, and we appreciate that work, and many of you are educated right here. So why is it important? Why is this program important to Murray State? Why is it important to the Commonwealth of Kentucky and this big multi-state region? So this was an article that I read a few weeks ago. There are a few factoids that the students may find some of this interesting as well, but this is why students, you're important, our faculty is important, and this is going to assure you that you get not one, but maybe 2 or 3 job offers when you leave here because of the exposure in technology today in regard to cyber-related issues. And I'm not going to read these to you, but the market is a $300 billion market. Most of the companies say they have a skills shortage. Most of them say they're hiring. And this one's really interesting. Small businesses, and it was defined in this article, and I don't remember exactly how it was defined, but if they have a cyber attack, they close typically. They close because they cannot overcome the issues that they're dealing with cyber attacks. This past fall, Murray State University had a record freshman class, but so did cybersecurity and network management. I'm really proud of this. We have a few programs on this campus that had record incoming classes. Nursing was one, cybersecurity and network management was one, but the freshman class was the largest in our history. And it's a credit, Dr. Ramage, to your folks, your faculty, your staff, everyone that's out recruiting, programs and initiatives that everyone in here has put in place. Everyone sees the excellence in this program, and we were up 30% in this area. So this begins the discussion of we're out of space. We're out of space. We need better space. We need better and more equipment. And that discussion went on and on as it relates to how we handle 30% increase, and we hope we see that again next fall as well for this wonderful program. So we probably had 25 legislators go through the Cyber Center and our cybersecurity network management area in the Martha Lane Collins Industry and Technology Building last summer and early fall, to show them the needs, show them the issues, show them the importance of this program, and they responded. They responded well, and we'll share that with you in just a moment. So record enrollment, I'm very proud of that work. The university very quickly, especially for alums, folks in this region, we had a record freshman class. We had the largest enrollment at the university in the last 6 years. This spring, it was the largest since 2016. So we're really proud of how we're building this program. I see Dr. Jamie Rogers here, and the School of Engineering continues to grow healthy and do extremely well. We're proud of our programs and initiatives in these respective areas. And we're doing a lot to respond to that I will share with you again in a slide or two. This is just recruiting photos. We all spend a lot of time at high schools, community colleges, doing the work we should be doing to help this region and help this state and help this multi-state region in all areas, especially cybersecurity, network management as well. Senator Nevis, we even went to Louisville. Now, we won't tell the University of Louisville, but we went into a lot of high schools there. I know that's your next door neighbor. You're in Bullitt County, but we're at Fern Creek High School in that photo as well. So we're out recruiting. We're out bringing students here for the wonderful experience at Murray State University. We're going through a major capital campaign, Be Bold, Forever Blue and Gold, a $100 million campaign. Half of it will be for student scholarships and student aid, need-based aid as well. This slide, this presentation was done, and this particular slide a couple weeks ago. We're actually at about $78.5 million raised since this was done. So we're really proud of the progress and the Office of Development and all of our generous donors and friends and sponsors that are across the country. We're getting ready to receive one of the largest gifts in the history of this university, a multi-million-dollar gift. But I simply want to thank our donors, all of you, our sponsors, alumni and friends. We're setting records in this particular area. I'm really proud of what's going on. So the legislative session that we just ended, and it's a credit to the individuals I've recognized already. So we're in the process of beginning construction on a new School of Nursing and Health Professions building, a $45.5 million building that will be built across from the College of Education and Human Services on 16th Street. The same footprint as the old training school, for those of you who remember the training school, Dr. Gant as well. Veterinary Sciences Building, we're extremely grateful for the legislature, Senator Howe, Representative Imes, Senator Nemes, as it relates to this particular building to help grow ag-related programs, pre-vet, vet tech, and future programs that may exist on this campus as well. It will be a wonderful addition to Murray State University in a high-growth area. A Learning Commons Residence Hall, a new student center-like facility that will also have a housing component. So we're going to have 3 major buildings under construction on this campus at the same time. And we're very grateful, again, for the support we received from the legislature as a whole, but for these individuals here that we've recognized for their good work. We're appropriated $47 million for asset preservation, deferred maintenance, so we continue to renovate older buildings, enhance campus. The Student Center, the Curris Center, this building, if you haven't been in it in a while, we just put a few $1 million in this building to improve campus life and the student experience once you get here, to help with recruiting and retention, and it has paid dividends. This building looks like a new building today, and I'm very proud of the good work that's been done here. We're acquiring the Station 74 apartment complex. It'll be tagged Station 74 at Murray State University. It's across from College Courts. If any of you ever lived in College Courts, you know how bad College Courts is today. We'll be raising College Courts, and there's numerous other renovations going on across the country, across this campus, I should say. But most importantly, related to cybersecurity and network management, Senator Howe, Senator Nemes, Representative Imes were instrumental, along with their colleagues, in appropriating $10 million for this program. $10 million to build on, enhance, grow equipment, to make sure this program of distinction continues to be a program of distinction. And let's thank them for their good work. This is going to really change Murray State University. I know the folks involved in this program. Dr. Ramage, especially you, are excited about getting out a white sheet of paper and really designing out what we're going to need next. I know we have a meeting coming up soon in that regard, but this will be an exciting addition for our students, a recruiting retention tool, and will really enhance our efforts here. So there's a lot going on at Murray State. There's a great transformation occurring because of the good people here working extremely hard, whether it's academic programs, new and enhanced facilities, the campus in general. If you haven't had a chance to walk across campus, please do so. I think you'll be very impressed. You'll see a lot of activity occurring today. This is a new School of Nursing Health Professions building, again, right across from the College of Ed, and construction on that will start very soon. We'll be bidding it very soon. Also, this is Old College Courts to the left, Station 74 at Murray State University on the right, which is a near new facility. So it was much, much more financially efficient to buy this building than build new, by about 50 cents on the dollar. We spent a lot of time doing the same type of work in Washington, D.C., whether it's Congressman Comer, Senator McConnell, Senator Paul. We're visiting with them often. We just received a $1.1 million, we used to call them earmarks. We don't call them earmarks anymore. They're directed appropriations, right? Earmarks is a bad word in Washington. So we got a directed appropriation for $1.1 million to help our campus police to enhance that particular area of the university too. And I'm going to stop there. And if anyone has a question on any topic, I'd be happy to answer it. But if not, it's a real honor to be here with you, and I appreciate the invitation, and I always enjoy telling the university story and the good news that's going on campus. Thank you all again. Anything that I didn't cover you'd like to ask before I leave the stage? Students, faculty, staff, guests, sponsors? If not, thank you all. It's good to see you.
So as he mentioned, he is our Nathan B. Stubblefield Distinguished Lecturer for this year. And so with that comes an award. So congratulations. Hang on, we got a good picture. Thank you. Oh, and yeah. So we got a number of folks that we want to recognize. First of all, Dr. Jackson, thank you. They're going to move the backdrop so we can get a better picture when we're starting to recognize folks. But let me start off by saying, let me echo everything that Dr. Jackson just shared about the impact of this legislative session. I was a student in this program. I wanted, when the legislation passed back in the 90s, I wanted to switch to the program as a major, and they told me, if you do it, you'll never graduate, so don't do it. Because I was a senior, but this sounded like what I wanted to do. So I ended up being in the predecessor program, and I worked in the center. I left Murray State for a while. I got my master's in it. I've come back. I've worked in the center. Now I'm the director of the center. For the majority of my adult life, I've been part of this program, and I have a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in this program. And what has happened over the last few months in Frankfort is going to set up this program for the next 25 plus years. And literally sitting in my home office, watching the hours of session wind down, and when it finally was over and passed and the vetoes overridden and everything was done, it literally brought a tear to my eye, because it is, I can't underscore how important that this funding is going to be. It's going to allow us to create more hands-on activities for students. It's going to allow so many things, and just let me say thank you all. It would not be possible without you all, and there's no way to get around it. What you all have done, and I know that it happens. The work that you all do in Frankfort impacts people every day, but the way that this impacts us and our program, I just want to say thank you. I really do appreciate it. And I'm gonna actually go out of order just a little bit, and I want to go ahead and recognize we have an award called the Dick Anderson Leadership Award. That award is typically just presented to one person, and we, the award, and let me, I think I have that written down on what the criteria is. An individual that has made a significant contribution to cyber as a field or our program by their leadership, technical, or management skills. And as I just laid out, the impact that the three of you have had in the House and the Senate combined, it's going to impact literally the next generations of our program. So with that, this year, I couldn't give it to one person. I needed to give it to multiple people, because it did take the three of you all, along with many others, to make this possible. So Dr. Jackson's going to present each of you all the Dick Anderson Award for 2024. So thank you all. And we've got three of them. So if you all would make your way to the corner, I will let him get a picture with you all. So thank you all very much. And let me also ask For the three of you all, we've talked a lot about you all today. Would y'all like to share any comments, any remarks, anything? Please feel free, absolutely.
Don't ask a politician to speak. But I wanted to be here in front of all these smart people so I could put a face to who might hack into my system and who might help me if someone hacks into it. So, but I think this is a great honor, but the honor goes, like Bob said, to many people from years ago that started this. And I met Mike a few years back when I was in the Labor Cabinet, telling about what we need to do to help people succeed. And President Jackson, you have done that with this university. For instance, and I have to say something to my colleagues. Mary Beth, if you're on my side, I'm going to win. If not, I have to regroup. So that's just a fact. And Jason, you not only see what's best for your community that you fight hard to do, but you see, as I do, what's best for Kentucky. And you work hard for that, because what's best for Kentucky is best for this community too. And I thank you for being your colleague. And that's something that when I came here and we tried to get a cyber system last year, a year before, and we was trying to, the Department of Defense came in and was telling me how important it was for Kentucky and the nation. We tried to get it done in a certain way and we're unable to do it. So instead of giving up by knowing how important it is, we went around and did it a different way and gave the money directly to the university to do the good things they're doing. Same thing, Bob, I have to commend you again. Kentucky, you think of, has a veterinary program. You just think of it, Kentucky, horses, veterinarian farms, but we don't. So years and years ago, they did a thing in University of Kentucky where everybody thinks it should be, was supposed to do it and didn't. So I'm not saying it should be there, Eastern, Western, or what, but Bob stepped up and says, we're going to do this. So once again, the way we wanted to do it and the money he wanted and this and that to propel the program, he has been not stopped, just put on pause a little bit. So we went around a different way and got the money that he asked for in a different way so that he can convert this to exactly what he wants next year. How about next year? So I just had to say something good about this university and its leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. As President Jackson mentioned, Jason Howell represents the 1st Senate District, where President Jackson represented when I was in school like you are now. President Jackson was in the Senate doing adult things. But I wanted to talk a little bit to the students in this room. And thank you for going into this. Your vision and what is in the future of our country and what our country really needs and what our businesses really need shows that you are as smart as you have to be to get through this program. If I was in Murray State right now, I would not be there. I would go by y'all walking up and down the campus because I wouldn't be smart enough to go and do what you're doing or smart enough to see it all the way through. But I want to challenge you for something. As you go through college now, all you're worried about is that next exam and pushing through and doing the things that we do when we're in college. But you're still leaders in this program. This program is doubling in size almost every year or two, and that can't be underestimated. And one of these days, you're going to have to leave a college campus and go out in the real world. Sorry, it happens to all of us sooner or later. It's going to be your turn too. But as you're going and you're working hard and you're doing what you're doing for the people you work for and the places you work and people you work with, be ambassadors for this program. Be ambassadors for the computer science field, our engineering fields, all of our STEM fields. We have to see people that are successful and that are cooler than we get credit for being sometimes, to go out and build this up and build our numbers up, because you're in an area in the embryonic stages of something that is going to be bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as we get older. One of these days you'll be as old as I am, And everybody it seems like is going to be doing what you're on the front end of now. And I challenge you to be self-aware of that and to really take pride in what you're doing and try to share that and pull more people into your profession as you go. Thank you for having me. Thank you for all of the kind words that are up here. I'm not sure I deserve them, but I sure do appreciate them. And good luck to you.
I don't know that I would even consider myself a politician because I don't like to talk. But I want to tell you all how much I appreciate this recognition. As both your representative and, more importantly, a citizen and a racer, I am so proud of Murray State and the cyber program. The cyber program continues to grow. And like President Jackson said, we had a record number this year, which means economic development even for our area. Thank you, President Jackson. I think you are, there he is. I think he's the best president in the whole Commonwealth. Thank you, Dr. Rogers, Dr. Ramage, Dean Fuller, for your excellent leadership of our cyber program. Murray and Murray State are jewels of this Commonwealth. And I couldn't be more prouder to be a racer today. Thank you.
We have a few more awards that we want to give out, but before we go to those awards, I want to back up and ask, if you're a high school student, raise your hand. All right, you can put your hands down. First of all, that's awesome. That's awesome. If you're a college student, preferably in this area, but raise your hand if you're a Murray State student, or even, I think there's a few community college students here too, raise your hand. If you're an alum of our program, raise your hand. That's awesome. I mean, the impact is huge, and we're looking at the current generation and the next generation ahead. But with that in mind, I want to award some scholarships. We have, our scholarship season is going on right now, and our program, Dr. Bowman, if you'll make your way as I share this, our program is blessed to have a number of endowed scholarships. Some have been raised through, like, our National Advisory Board. Some have been raised due to generosity of individuals. And we have a scholarship called the Mike and Cindy Bowman Scholarship, which is thanks to a generous contribution from Dr. Bowman. The scholarship goes to a C&M student, which is easy to know, but the preference is, Michael, you can go ahead and come forward. I don't know where you're at. You can come forward too. The preference of this scholarship is to go to a veteran. Dr. Bowman retired from the military before he came to Murray State, and we've always wanted to find a veteran to give this to. This is the first year that we've actually been able to do this. I wasn't sure if Dr. Bowman would be willing to present it to an Air Force a veteran, but Navy. I say that wrong every time. I'm sorry. Even worse, right? Anyway, it's great to have that. So congratulations on your scholarship. Michael Calvert is our 2024-25 recipient of the Mike and Cindy Bowman Scholarship. Now Dr. Gant has to come forward. I don't know that I told you were going to do this, so sorry. But we also have a scholarship that was raised through donations from our National Advisory Board, and we named it the Dr. James Gant National Advisory Board Scholarship after the many years of leadership that he provided this program. And this year we have 3 recipients, and I'm not sure how many of them are here. Megan Reynolds, Daya Patel, and Clayton Cope. If y'all are here, please come forward. First of all, congratulations to the 3 of you, and I should know this, and I did not know this until about an hour ago. For those that were concerned that we had police presence because y'all were going to be rowdy, it's actually Clay's dad. His father wanted to come, knew he was getting presented with this award today and wanted to come and see this. So I thought that was fantastic. He happens to be a Murray State police officer as well. But congratulations to the three of you all. I know them well, and they're great students and very deserving of this scholarship. The next scholarship is the Dr. Gene Wells Ray Scholarship. And let me, before the recipients come up for this, let me just say a couple things. So we also have an award that we'll talk about in a minute that's named after Dr. Gene Wells Ray. Dr. Ray founded a lot of companies, very innovative, a technology vision. There's a couple of people that I have known that I put on the same level of Dr. Gene Wells Ray, and actually John Williams would be another one that I put on that level. For those that don't know who Dr. Ray was, if you're of a certain age, we've been making these old people references all day, but I know the students aren't going to know this reference, but after 9/11 happened, anthrax was being sent through the mail. And there was a machine invented that irradiated the anthrax from the mail, that basically took the poisonous, the sting out of the anthrax that was in the mail. It made it fine, it just powder. Dr. Ray's company did that. That was where a lot of people would know him. He passed away, how many months ago was that? Not too long. Yeah, last fall. So, within the last year, since the last time we had a Security Matters conference, he was a great advocate of this university. He was a great advocate of our program, always wanted to know how we were doing, and always asked whether he could come in to board meetings or could get back to campus. He always wanted to know how we're doing. And he is one person that will certainly be missed to our university community. But anyway, so this scholarship was made possible through a donation from him. And our three winners this year are Landon Shoup, Spencer Bugg, and Garrett Gardner. I know Landon's here. The others, any of the others here? Landon, if you'll come forward. Yeah, come on up. Come on up. And one of the things that Dr. Jackson talked about are some of the accolades that we have received. And frankly, since we've been in here today, Murray State published a press release that talked about our program has been a Center for Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense Education. And we were notified last week that our redesignation has occurred. So we will be designated as that CAE. That is something that is done through NSA and DHS. We will be designated that for at least another 5 years. So that's great news. And let me say, Dr. Joyce is standing in the back. He is, I won't say a big part of the reason, he is the majority of that reason of doing the paperwork, the assessments, all the things that go along with that. But what that means, first of all, let me just say thank you for that. What that means is that for those students that complete certain courses in our cybersecurity digital forensics track and complete a certain sequence of students, they get a certificate that basically says they completed the CAECD requirements. And that's something that they can put on their diploma. I know of 4 students that have completed those. I think there's more, but until graduation's done, there won't be any more that we can recognize yet. But if I don't read your name and you're one of those that completed that, please let me know and I'll make sure that we get your certificate to you. But Tyler Ashley, Brady Reg, Grayson Thomas, and Sawyer Wilson, are you all here? and Brady is famous. Murray State, actually timely. Somebody asked me if it was a coincidence or not, and I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but Murray State posted something on social media just yesterday about senior spotlight, and it was Brady that was spotlighted. We also want to recognize our undergraduate student of the year, and we give out a student of the year at the undergraduate level and the graduate level. The graduate level, let me say that person first, was Elliot Adams. He is an online student, lives in St. Louis, is a vice president of IT infrastructure for an organization, and could not be here today. But our undergraduate student of the year was Brady Regg. Brady was our student of the year, and we have an award for Brady as well. Where'd you go? Come back up here. Now, Brady, before you sit down, I know it said you were going to Louisville, working in infrastructure. What are you doing?
I'll be working as a solutions architect for Trace3, which is a technology consulting company based in Irvine, California.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Congratulations. Next, I want to recognize our Gary Brockway Faculty Staff Excellence Award. This award is presented to a faculty or staff member for excellence in teaching, research, and/or community service. And maybe it should be no surprise. Actually, maybe the surprise is that he hasn't received it before. Normally, Dr. Randall Joyce is helping us choose the recipient, and I was inundated with requests outside of Randall, so he wouldn't know that he was receiving it until he proofread the agenda. But why hasn't he received it? Because he would help me make the selections. But this year's winner is Dr. Randall Joyce. Come on up here. And I don't know that I can say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. You all may not recognize him because he has a tie on. But Randall has, the amount of things that have happened in our program over the last few years that have caused it to grow so much of that is due to Dr. Joyce. We have made a deal in many years ago that we would tag team things. He doesn't like speaking in front of people. I don't mind it. But he'll do all the work in the background, but I have to go do all the presentations. I have to do the public part. So we work well together, but all that work, all the details that make it happen are him. Next are our alumni awards. So we give out distinguished alumni awards. Typically we give this is a unique thing. We've done a couple of unique things. Typically we give one to a bachelor's student, a bachelor's graduate, and one to a master's graduate. The idea is that you have to be out of school for 5 years, you have to bring credit to the program, and you receive this award. Our two winners this year, I'm going to go ahead and call you both up. Dwayne Dykes, I know you didn't know, I told you you had to come to lunch, I just didn't tell you why. And Hunter Evans. Where's Hunter? His backpack's here, but he had to take a call. Well, he doesn't even know it yet. Yeah, Cheyenne, see if he's out there. But Dwayne, come on up. Dwayne is our information security officer for Murray State. And so what makes this a unique year is that both Dwayne and Hunter I could give either one of them either award because both their bachelor's and their master's degree came from our program. So they're a two-time degree winner. Oh, here comes Hunter. Sorry. So often when we're trying to get people here so we can present them an award, we'll try to just say, hey, I'd really like for you to come to lunch or something. But if I know you're going to be here, then I won't tell you, so it's a surprise. Well, that's what happens when I don't tell you. Hunter is a senior security specialist with Microsoft. So all those Microsoft jokes, Hunter was in the back of the room taking notes. But the one quick story I'll share about Hunter is that Hunter was a student in our undergrad program and took the initiative to reach out to Microsoft to try to start getting a job, used Dr. Gant's office for his interview when he first applied, went to Dallas, came back to Kentucky, and he's now in Nashville, and truly a leader for Microsoft in the Nashville market and really doing some really cool things. Just a couple of awards left. The next one is the John Williams Entrepreneurship Award. And I mean, we've talked about Mr. Williams and the great things that he's done. And this award is given to an individual or company that has started a cyber-related company or significantly expanded an operation in Kentucky or the Murray State Service region. This year's winner is Johnny Sanders. There he is. Yeah, come back up. Come on up here. I don't think I told you that you were getting this because you agreed to come anyway. But Johnny comes from Nashville with a successful career in Nashville, relocated to Paducah not long ago. And since then has started Soma Cyber and has, he and his wife have both started businesses and doing things, renovating buildings downtown, doing a lot of really cool stuff. I hope that if you come back next year, you might even hear him speak. So he doesn't know that yet. So this is kind of putting him on the spot. But Johnny is a super smart guy, has had a lot of success, moved into our region, and is going to do great things in our region too. He's already doing it with a new cybersecurity company. Next is the Lena Garner Porter Women in Technology Award. This award is presented to a woman who has made a significant contribution to the industry and/or cyber through her leadership, technical, and/or management skills. And this year's winner is Monica Belak. And as Monica is coming up, let me share a little bit about her. Monica is the executive director of Sprocket in Paducah. Sprocket is a labor of love. It is an organization that Monica started. I helped a little about 7 or 8 years ago, I think. I'm sorry, get your picture. Don't look at me. Don't. With the idea of helping technology companies that want to create, that want to start, have an innovative idea, that needs some help getting that spark into a business, really trying to find the next John Williams in Sprocket is what the goal is. They took the space in the old Coke plant. For those in Paducah that know what that is, took that old building, turned it into a co-work space. Actually, that's how I met Johnny and found out about him, and just doing a lot of really cool stuff. Monica has taken the reins of regional entrepreneurship and startup planning for our region, and has really brought together a lot of organizations that would not have otherwise. So she's very deserving this year. So congratulations, Monica. And the last person couldn't be here. The last person couldn't be here this year, and it's Trevor Bonstetter. And Trevor is this year's recipient of the Dr. Gene Wells Ray Lifetime Achievement Award. And many of you probably don't know Trevor because he is in many ways a behind-the-scenes guy, but he is the general manager for West Kentucky Tennessee Telecom in Mayfield. But the name really doesn't even describe what he does, because WKNT is not just in Kentucky, not just in Tennessee, but also in Illinois, also in Alabama, and has really, a lot of the broadband expansion that has happened in our end of the state is WKNT. If you're a WKNT customer, you have fiber to the home. If you're a WKNT customer, you have all the internet that you need. And for the last few decades, maybe 3 decades, maybe 4 decades actually, as I do the math, Trevor has been in the leadership role at WKNT. He is stepping down this year as general manager. He's actually going to take on a role down in Tennessee, helping to lead the coalition of broadband providers as I guess as their lobbyist for the state of Tennessee. But Trevor has been a great supporter of our program, hires a lot of our students, but also has made a significant impact on our region and frankly, broadband coverage in our region over the last several years. So even though he can't be here, I'll make sure he gets his award, but congratulations to Trevor. All right, so let me do a couple of thank yous. Actually, the bowl, I don't think they're here. Dr. Jackson, thank you. Would you bring, yeah. I got a couple of awards. Actually, I don't know where are you? Pittman? Oh yeah, as you're coming up, let me do a couple of thanks. Again, this thing is, I may be the one that stands up here and talks the most, but it's not just me that organizes this. There are a lot of folks that made this happen. Actually, Cheryl Clark, who's standing over here to the side, her first day on the job was Monday. What a week. You talk about trial by fire. She has helped a lot, probably a lot more than she really realized she was going to help with putting this together. And technically, what her job is we received a Department of Labor grant to create cybersecurity analysts. So while we have a phenomenal bachelor's program, we have a phenomenal master's program, sometimes those jobs require certificate programs. So we have a 4-course sequence that we have developed, and Cheryl will be leading that outreach for that program. Dr. Randall Joyce, I've mentioned in the back already. Molly Embry, who is back across the hall, I think, or across the walkway. School of Engineering admin. There's a number of faculty and staff that have helped, and CFSB folks as well. There's just so many people to say thank you for making this day possible. So thanks to all of them for your help in making this happen. As I mentioned, our co-host CFSB, and let me just give one last shout out to our sponsors, Kaseya, System Solutions, DevSource, and the West Kentucky Gear Up program. Again, thanks to all of them for making this happen and the successful event that we've had. There's a great turnout. I think everything went off without a hitch. My concerns about the projector, it lasted. Don't know that it'll last through the next 2 weeks, but it at least lasted today before it gets renovated. But thank you all, and let me finish off by drawing a couple of numbers. I'm going to draw 3 tickets out. So look at your tickets. And just do, first is a Roku 700863. 700863. 700911. 882. If one of these tickets, I'm gonna keep going. You gotta, all right, yeah, come on up, come on up. Which ones? 911, okay. 882. All right. Going 863, going once, going twice. 863. All right. 700909. 909. All right. We'll hold it. You come up here, and you can come get it now, or you can come get it in a second. We'll hold it for you. Andy and Pitt. Yep. Everybody loves a good giveaway. Ooh.
We got your Pat Sajak and Vanna White up here. Senator Howe was giving me a little bit of static about me still using a bag phone. Nobody in here knows what that is. That's pretty bad. But Andy Muro is our Chief Information Officer at CFSB, and I'm our market president here in Callaway County. We're very proud to be here, very proud to be a part of this event, and see a lot of the future leaders in this organization and throughout this industry that is going to keep us safe too. So, Andy, you got anything to say, kind of tell us what we're doing here?
Let's see here. What we have here is a Meta Quest. As you're playing it, whoever the lucky winner is, you can go ahead and start thinking about how to secure the virtual world as we combine that with AI and, robotics. And there's a lot of job opportunities for everybody in this room.
All right. What do we got? Jacob Burnett. Come on up.
Everybody loves a good door prize, and I must say their door prize is a lot better than the ones we gave away. Last thing, while they're doing pictures, let me say is, again, thank you all for coming out. You have been faithful to this program, to this event for years, and I just want to say thank you for coming out. And if you want to save the date, next year, Security Matters 2025 will be yesterday. It'll be Thursday, but April 24th, 2025 will be Security Matters for next year. So go ahead and put it on your calendar. We've been reserved. We got the room. Everything's good. So it'll be April 24th, 2025. Thank you all, and enjoy the rest of your day.